thing that I know when election time come wrong again. When the BLP in power, we smiling again. Labor people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up, put 'em up, put 'em up. Yo!
Election is the time we love to meet up with all my friends. But me and Money and me's bound there. The country winning, me and people. Represent with your hand in the air. Let's go! Go!
Leadership that's strong with pride in challenging times.
Good night, Welchman. Good night, Highland. Good night to all of you who could hear our voices all across St. Thomas, all across Barbados. This is the BLP, and we are here in support of our candidate, our new candidate for St. Thomas, Gregory Nicholls, and our Prime Minister, and our one and only leader that is going to be the next Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Amor Motley. Tonight, this Wednesday, this time next week, our counters would be in place, the ballot boxes would have arrived, and your job should have been done. Tonight, we are here to remind you, arm you, empower you to ensure that the job gets done. To ensure that when next Wednesday comes, that you remember, you have cause, and that you do your duty. Your duty to this party, your duty to this candidate, your duty to this government, and your duty to your country in ensuring that you vote for a competent and caring government, and that is the Barbados Labour Party. And we don't ask you to do so just because we have nice stages or just because we have nice shirts, but we do so because this party has taken the time and the opportunity to govern. The opportunity to govern and govern well and ensure that you and I, the people of this country, have been at the forefront of the policies that they've put in place. It is not asking you to vote just because the jingles are nice. It is because of things like raising the welfare for those of you who have cause to be on welfare. It's raising pensions for those of you on pensions. It is understanding that lowering income taxes for those of you still working to the lowest levels in Barbados history since 1976. So when the others come to you with the Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boy stories that we burden you with taxes, the facts, the numbers tell you a different story. So tonight, as all the speakers will come here, they're going to give you the opportunity to have all of the real stories, the real facts, the real things that come next Wednesday, and between now and then that you would share with your family, your co-workers, and anyone that you can get to listen, to understand that turning out next Wednesday is ensure that you have competent leadership that protect all the gains that this government has worked for over the last 7 years. So tonight, our first speaker to share with you is none other than a representative that we are returning in St. Andrew. He's worked tirelessly in ensuring that Barbadians have the opportunity to have better roads. And for most of us in St. Thomas, we know that it's been a cry for a long time. But we can see the work being done. We can see with our eyes and all the disruptions and detours that work is being done to make our traffic commute much better. And he's going to be here and tell you more and tell you about the work that he's going to do to ensure St. Andrew returns in the column of this Barbados Labour Party. We're going to bring to you Dr. Romel Springer to start our meeting rolling tonight.
Come on, Springer.
One eyeball.
The dam's no go pee.
When I can be worse. Peeping. Everybody peeping. Them like too much peeping.
We voting for Dr. Romel Springer.
I give them one eyeball. You know got to peek. You know got to peek. You know got to peek. I give them one eyeball. You know got to peek.
BLP is a party for we.
Give them one eyeball. You know got to peek. You know got to peek. I give them one eyeball. You know got to peek.
Well, you will see round for one star for we. BLP is the code, and Romel is the man for the vote.
Good night,
Good night to my BLP family. Good night to the good people of St. Thomas. And this is actually the second time that I'm speaking to you in less than a week. First time I was in St. Joseph and I felt the need to pop in and support my comrade and friend right next door here in St. Thomas. We've been moving around from neighbor to neighbor, ensuring that we can give full support to our comrades out here in the north to ensure that this part of Barbados remains red and ready. Now, I know this is central, but it's still part of the north. The northern zone is still part of the countryside. And as such, we share so much in common, and not only a border. I know we share a border. In fact, in some parts of St. Andrew, there's a blurred line between my constituency and the St. Thomas constituency, primarily because there are people on my side who vote in St. Thomas, and there are people on the St. Thomas side who vote in St. Andrew. So we share that. And we share a number of the concerns that you face here in St. Thomas as well. And I'm going to speak to one or two of those concerns later tonight as I go through my presentation, because we have a lot in common. And that is perhaps why we stick together. That is perhaps why we gel so well together, St. Thomas and St. Andrew. And when I went up to my other neighbor in St. Joseph, because I'm surrounded in that way on my eastern side and on my southern side by two, not one, but two new candidates. But what I've come to realize, even in talking about my friend and Conrad in St. Joseph, is that even though we call them new, these people are not new to you in St. Thomas. Gregory has been around for the past 25 years, working within the branch, working within the community, working on the ground. And for the past 25 years, you have been right through the branch, taking a number of different responsibilities, ensuring that the branch functions. So it was no surprise when Gregory, after his nomination, came out on top. Because I believe strongly it had a lot to do with the hard work that he would have put in over time. The fact that he has that stickability. One of the things I noticed, and I saw it just this morning in the comic, they were talking about St. Andrew, but the same can be said for a number of constituencies in this country where the Dems send a new candidate every election cycle. There's somebody new. There's somebody new. And whenever elections are over, the person, if they have a campaign office, the first thing they do, shut down the campaign office, lock the doors, gone. You saw it in St. James North. I saw it in St. Andrew. We've seen it right across Barbados. A number of different constituencies where they send somebody new every election cycle. They send somebody new. They send somebody new. You never get to know them. But Gregory Nicholls, he was around for 25 years. He's not going anywhere. He's not going to leave you. He's going to stick with you. And you happen to have a quality candidate, a man of substance, a man that will back you to the hill. And I say this not because I support him and we're on the same team and I want him to win. I look back at examples. When my comrade, Natalie Murray, spoke at the launch in Camp David back in 2022. Who remember Camp David? We all went down to Camp David. I was a new candidate back then. And my comrade, Natalie Murray, stood on that platform and she spoke on my behalf. And because she spoke on that platform, she faced all kinds of problems at work. All kinds of issues followed. But she did not take it sitting down. She took it to court. And it was Gregory who represented her. And because of that now, Conrad, Natalie, and many others like her can now come on any platform and speak as they like without any issues. When the good people up there, I just saw my Conrad and friend Brathwaite coming here. When the people up there in St. Joseph were having issues with access to areas where they have traditionally and for many years have had access to. And now we're being told that they can't go there anymore. Something reminiscent of the days when Gabby signed "That Beach Is Mine." Who represented the people? Who brought victory for the people? Gregory Nicholls. Let's just use those two examples to give you a sense of what you have in terms of a representative. Two examples of standing up for the small man. That's what he does. He stands up for the small man. The little guy, the guy in the street. And he fights for them. That's what you have in a representative. So before I even go into the substance of what I want to talk about today, I had to put that out there. I had to speak to the quality of the man before I speak about anything else. Because you have to know who you will be electing come February 11th. You have to know that when you go to the polls on February 11th and you place your vote, you are betting who bet you. That you are bringing a champion to the House of Parliament. A champion who has proven himself time and time again that he will stand up for you, he will speak out for you, he will agitate for you, he will advocate for you, he will fight for you. You don't have to shout and cuss to do it. But you know when you have him on your team that you're already in a winning posture. You don't have to look so far to see the evidence. The evidence is there. So I'm glad to see, I know, with a certain amount of confidence that Gregory will continue a tradition, even though he has said that he will take fresh guard. Now he's a cricket enthusiast. So you know that's where that came from. But even though he's taking fresh guard, he's continuing a tradition that goes back for many, 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 many years. A tradition that his predecessor would have continued. That type of representation. There's nobody, and I want to talk about Cynthia Ford for a bit, because I spent a lot of time with Cynthia Ford, and she was like a mother to me. as it relates to politics. Whenever she sees me, she would take the time to talk to me. She would talk about you young politicians. And she would find time to share with me some of her knowledge and her experience and the way she represented. And I always admired the way she spoke because she always talked for the small man. She would tell you that she went to school too long and she went to the high school, but the way she spoke for people, you felt the passion. You felt the sincerity when she spoke. Now I'm seeing evidence of that in Gregory. Just like my predecessor, George Payne, would have trained me in the way I should represent. Look out for your people here. Look out for your people. Even if you feel that what the government that you represent and you are part of is not doing right by your people, stand by your people. That's something that George Payne would told me it more than once, and something I always hold in my mind. And I see evidence of that in Cynthia. I know I've seen it already in Gregory. So say, Thomas, you are good. You have no reason to change. Absolutely no reason to even look in the direction of a Democratic Labour Party candidate. Absolutely no reason. They have never done anything for you in St. Thomas. When they could have done, they did nothing. And now they can't do nothing. No reason. So as my young friend takes fresh guard for Auntie Cynthia, remember it's a rich tradition. We've always voted Labour here in St. Thomas, and long shall that tradition continue. There's no reason. You have seen no reason. You see no reason to change. What will you be changing to? What will you be changing for? Absolutely nothing. I just wanted to reinforce that on this national platform. Now, this election is going to be as much about leadership as it's going to be about representation. I said on numerous platforms that this particular government, this administration has been one of the most difficult in the history of Barbados. For the 8 years that we've been here, we've faced the most crises, the most challenges, even more than any other administration. But I was just saying that because that's how it felt. But today I took some trouble to go and research the different governments over the years, dating back as far back as Arabara, to get a sense of some of the crises faced by these governments. And I took note, because each government, and in the way it was listed, the year was listed that these governments were in power and the issues that they faced. So, of course, with Arabara in that period leading up to 1966, he would have brought us to independence and the challenges that come with the breaking away from the colonial powers. The belief that we as a people, as a poor black country, could not run our own affairs, could not manage our own economy, could not take care of ourselves. That was the crisis that he faced. Crisis that they really didn't go anywhere, because I still think there are some who believe that. And then Tom Adams came in 76. His crisis was the Cold War. His crisis was the tensions that would have existed between the then Soviet Union and the United States. And how those crises and those conflicts would have spilled over into the Caribbean, creating tension right here in the region. And the fact that Barbados is so strategically located naturally, we would have been drawn in to those conflicts. And there was that tension as a direct result of that. Then you had, in 1987, under the Erskine Stanley Ford administration, the country would have faced economic bankruptcy. Our foreign reserves were critically low. We were forced to go hat in hand to the IMF. You remember those structural adjustments? All the people that get sent home, all the marching. You remember. And we thought that was bad. We thought that was the worst thing that could happen to us. But then came Owen in 1994. He took the reins. And quick, so he was hit with globalization. You remember globalization? You don't hear that word anymore. But that was the boogeyman back in the 90s. But with globalization, it came with the loss of all those preferential trade agreements and arrangements for sugar in Barbados and banana and some of the smaller territories. That thing had a serious economic impact on the region. Not just Barbados, on the entire Caribbean. And on top of that, when we thought that was bad, then came 9/11. And we then had to deal with the fallout that came as a direct result of tourists not traveling, people being scared to travel on planes, people not wanting to leave, a war that broke out in Iraq. And the effects of that as well. And we thought it couldn't get any worse. Then there came the David Thompson administration, they took over. And we had the 2008 financial crisis. Tourism dropped. Public finances were under heavy pressure. You saw raising debt. Just straight into the thunderstroke, raising debt. Under thunderstroke, you know what it was? Downgrade after downgrade after downgrade after downgrade. No fiscal space, no money to do nothing, growing unemployment, people suffering, everything was bad. And then, 2018, and we came to office, found the struggling economy, found the country almost bankrupt, brought the country to some level of stability. And then what happened? COVID. COVID was the worst thing that could happen to any small island developing state, any country. But we didn't just have COVID because then next year or so we had the ash fall. And then Elsa, freak storm 2 weeks before Elsa. Mash up all of St. Andrew. Mash up all of Chalky Mount. Mash up in Hillaby. Then Beryl. But when it comes to leadership, it's determined how we responded. How did Barbados respond? How did the Prime Minister Mayor Motley respond to those crises? A number of measures were put in place, but it's one that I want to single out. And that was the National Business Interruption Support Program. A program that was designed to ensure that even though there were no tourists coming here because all flights were grounded during that COVID time, even though a lot of places were closing down, that money was still made available, that businesses could still continue. And not only the big businesses, the small man, the vendor, the little shop, the little restaurant. Funds were made available to ensure that those people could still live dignified lives, because you know, as men, if you're home and you're unemployed in the house, and this is how we've been socialized, you don't feel like a man. A woman could stay at home in the house till she's 50 and be a full woman. But you know, in our society, if you're a certain stage, you're not working, you're not providing, you're not taking care of your family, society is kind of rough on you as a man. So when this fund was put in place, this program was put in place to ensure that people could still function, a man could still be a man in his house, could still pay bills, could still take care of his children and send them to school and buy the tablets and the laptops that they needed. It saved a lot of families, not only from economic ruin, but from all kinds of domestic problems that come when there's no money coming into the house. Because we know that once the money starts coming in, all the other problems start to surface. And that is perhaps the best example. I have so many different examples. I know you have to leave here and go and speak in Chalky Mount when I leave here and deal with a matter out there. But there's so many examples of leadership. I just wanted to identify that one. But there are many. Because even though all of the governments, all of the administrations over the years would have faced some kind of crisis, what set our leader apart was the way in which she stayed the course. And though the storms were strong, the winds were high, the waters were rough, she stayed the course and has brought us to safe harbor today. That's leadership. And Gregory and Brathwaite, myself, Romel, Springer, Peter Phillips, far down in north, Colin Jordan, Short there, Chad, and all the other MPs, Kerry Simmons, are all part of this team. And we need each and every one of them to continue the good work that we've been doing for the past 7+ years. This is not the time to risk the future of this country, the future of our children in the hands of somebody like Ralph Thorne, who is spiteful, who is petty, who is cruel, who is mean, who would burn down the entire house just to make a point. We do not want him. We do not want to refer to him as our prime minister to embarrass us across the region. We want Mia Motley and we want her team. That very same team that has brought us to this point and has made you to feel safe as you are. Do not change. I implore you. I humbly ask you to allow us to continue the good work that we have started. Allow us to finish what we have started. So when you go out on February 11th, vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidate within your constituency. In the case of St. Thomas, vote for Gregory Nicholls. In St. Joseph, vote for Ryan Brathwaite. In St. Andrew, vote for Romel Springer. In St. Peter, vote for Colin Jordan. And in St. Lucie, vote for Peter Phillips.
Hey, 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 hey.
And when you vote for all those people, I just pick out the North Car way down this side, you are, in fact, voting for Mia Motley to continue to be our Prime Minister. My good people of St. Thomas, vote for progress. Vote for the best team. Vote for the future of Barbados. Good night and God bless.
BLP is a party for we.
Give them more eyeball, you know got to be. You know got to be. I give them more eyeball, you know got to be.
When you will see round 4 star we. BLP is the code, and Romel is the man for the vote. Call the Dems taking things for joke. Nothing they been putting down poor people through. The Dems now gonna beat where we out. When you see Romel Springer step out, St. Andrew don't know what we touch road, we just run every route.
I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek. You know got to peek, you know got to peek. I give them one eyeball, you know got to peek.
BLP is the party for we.
Good night, St. Thomas, Welchman Hall, Highland, Ashford, Bryan Road, and all surrounding areas. We are here, the Barbados Labour Party is here to endorse the candidacy of our candidate, Gregory Nicholls. And it is our duty to show the other side that St. Thomas is red and that's right. And the message tonight is very, very simple. We are voting for leadership, strong leadership at that, as we seek to explain the inextricable relationship between Gregory Nicholls and St. Thomas. As we seek to explain why a hometown boy deserves this chance, and as we seek to explain to you the things he will do for you on the team of Mia Motley as our Prime Minister. St. Thomas, let's not gamble. We are placing our X next Wednesday for Nicholls, 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 and the Barbados Labour Party. This is not the time to gamble. This is not the time to say, my neighbor gonna vote, I ain't gonna vote, because no ballot box starts with anything in it. So once again, the message is very, very clear. Nicholls, Nicholls, Nicholls next Wednesday. I want to invite to the stage another neighbor of ours, a man who is grounded in community, just like Gregory is, a man who has been putting in the groundwork for a very long time, even before his candidacy or his nomination. Our neighbor from St. Joseph, Mr. Ryan Brathwaite.
We voting Brathwaite, voting B. We voting Brathwaite, voting B. We voting Brathwaite. We voting Brathwaite. Cause there's only one man we need to run the show. Ryan Brathwaite will take the load right. He can take the load right. Barbados red and ready to go. One place that I put in my vote. My gosh, all we need is one more X in the box. So we voting Brathwaite, St. Joseph red.
Good night, Welchman Hall. Good night to my Barbados Labour Party family. Are we red? I can't hear you. Are we red? Are we ready? Tonight, I am honored to stand before you to endorse my comrade, my brother, and my friend, Gregory Nicholls. Now, Gregory Nicholls, like myself, we've come from among our people. We were shaped by these communities. We were grounded in these villages. And today, we are seeking to represent the very people from whom we have come. Now that is an important distinction, because our call to service does not come out of convenience. It does not come out of ambition alone, but it comes out of a deep and an inherent responsibility. And that responsibility is to give back to the very communities that have raised us, to stand up for the people who have invested in us, and to protect the future of those who are coming after us. But tonight, we not only have that ambition in common, we also have people in common. Because a large part of my constituency comprises the parish of St. Thomas, Prout, Walk Spring, Clifton Tenantry, Clifton Hill, Mount Wilton, Bloomsbury. And these are all my people. So tonight, St. Thomas, I recognize that your issues are also my issues. And after February 11th, both myself and Comrade Nicholls will be fighting together for our people. On behalf of the people of St. Joseph, Gregory, I want to publicly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for representing the communities of Joes River and Bathsheba in that landmark case. For those who may not know, that case concerned the blocking of a long-standing right-of-way used by residents to access the Joes River Basin and a beautiful place we call Teacup and Saucer. It involved the protection of a prescriptive right-of-way, a right that is firmly protected under the laws of Barbados. Gregory and his legal team were tasked with proving that this access use was without force, it was used continuously, and it had existed for a long period of time. So Gregory, on behalf of the people of St. Joseph, I want to say thank you. We are happy, we are proud, and we are deeply appreciative that our rights have been vindicated, secured, both permanently and in perpetuity. Now that is the type of representation that people deserve. That is the type of advocacy that people need. And that is the type of leadership that this Barbados Labour Party is producing. And I am confident that it is the type of representation that Gregory Nicholls will bring to you, the people of St. Thomas. But tonight, I want to speak to you about the record of the Barbados Labour Party over the last 7 years. Now, we have all by now seen A to Z of the red record. Promises kept, the performance of the Barbados Labour Party. And I want to encourage each and every one of you, if you haven't done it already, to get your hands on the red record. There's a digital copy and there's a hard copy. The government of Barbados has developed a number of community care villages, and the residents of St. Thomas have not been left out. You will be able to benefit from the accommodation, caring, and well-being independence of belonging to such an institution. And as we stand here tonight, the people of St. Thomas stand to benefit from that great piece of legislation passed many years ago by the Barbados Labour Party, and that is the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act. Where tenantries such as Padmore Village, Allen View, Browns Gap, Arthur Seat, and Foster's Land can own a piece of the rock. This is what we call enfranchising our people. St. Thomas, as was mentioned before, is our sister constituency. We share borders. And you too will benefit from the Scotland District Rehabilitation Program. Just like our members of the Northern Zone, like St. Lucy, St. Peter, and St. Andrew. St. Thomas will not be left out. So far, we have Reese Road, who has benefited from this program. And I assure you that several other communities will also benefit from this program. But as part of that red record, the Barbados Labour Party can boast that 70% of the promises that we have made have been achieved. And that is a great track record. You have to clap for that. This is a government that is working for you. We don't just put a wish list in a book and hope for the best. We go to work every single day to ensure that we make good the promises that we have made to you. So I'm saying to you, St. Thomas, when the Barbados Labour Party returns to government on February 11th, we intend to make sure, and we have made sure in our manifesto, that there is something in it for every Barbadian. But I want to remind you tonight of the incompetence of the government prior to 2018. That is the Democratic Labour Party. We cannot forget that for 10 years in this country, in this constituency, you didn't get a single road. For 10 years, you couldn't get a bus purchase. For 10 years, you couldn't get a garbage truck purchase. The Barbados Labour Party went to work, and we added to our fleet, our bus fleet, 121 buses, 55 garbage trucks. This is a government that has been working for you. We cannot forget the state of our economy. When we first came to government in 2018, we were spending 68 cents out of every dollar in debt. There was no money to repair roads. There was no money to buy garbage trucks. There was no money to repair our schools, our clinics, build community centers. But the Labour Party came to government and started to work for you immediately. So today we're only spending 30 cents out of every dollar in debt. So there is more money to do the things that we need. That is dollars freed, dollars reclaimed, and dollars that can now be put into your pocket. We cannot forget that in 2018, 178% of GDP, that was the percentage then. Our country was at the brink. We were considered junk after 24 successive downgrades. And what did we do as a government? We went to work on your behalf and upgrade after upgrade after upgrade after upgrade. We brought respectability back to this country. So I say to you, the choice is a clear one. You've heard my comrades say before, this is not a time to gamble. This is a time to make sure and secure your future and the future of your children. This is more money that we now have to improve our sanitation, as I said. And that is why the government is now building a new depot, a new sanitation depot at Vaucluse. I remember the days in St. Joseph where we had to put skips to collect the garbage so that the dogs and the different animals would not just rip it all over the streets. But now we have reliable sanitation. Even if it doesn't come every day, every other day you will get your garbage collected. And this is why we have to keep the Barbados Labour Party working for us. We have to remember that it was the Barbados Labour Party that gave people in this country, young people in this country, back free university education after the Dems took it from us. This is a track record that we are defending. We have to remember that over the last 7 years, this government has given you more wage increases than any other government since independence. It started at $6.25, and we took it to $8.50. And then from $8.50, we took it to $10.50. And then to $10.71. And we did not leave out the most vulnerable group in our society because we put something in there for the security guards, and we said that they would move from $9.25 to $11.43. We cannot forget the trust loans. $28 million was invested in helping people to start businesses no matter how small. And they can go on and on about what the Barbados Labour Party did because we are speaking about the track record of this great party. But we have to recognize that this election needs to be fought on who is best for Barbados. We have a leader. And that leader is who? That leader is who? Mia Amor Motley. And she has demonstrated time and time over that she is best for this country. She's demonstrated time and time over that she is a leader for such a time as this. We have to be confident in a leader who will guide us through these changing times. We have to be confident in our leader who can navigate us through these global economic shocks, issues of climate change, and political instability. We have a leader who's respected regionally and internationally, so much so that many countries would wish that she was their leader and their prime minister. We have a leader that when she speaks in any forum, big or small, people listen, and people listen attentively. And simply, we have a leader in Mia Amor Motley that knows how to get the job done. It was through Mia Motley, her care for this country, that navigated us through the most difficult times that anybody could face. We can't forget COVID. We can't forget the ashfall. We can't forget Hurricane Elsa and Beryl. And our leader was there at the front, safely navigating us through those choppy waters. So the Democratic Labour Party is asking you to do what? To exchange our Mia Amor Motley for who? There's no comparison, none whatsoever. So as I said, your choice is clear. February 11th, you have to make a choice to let Barbados remain on solid footing. To let Barbados remain on solid ground. And I want to speak to the young people tonight. This Barbados Labour Party will introduce a direct cost of living cash credit for pensioners, welfare recipients, and that is $1,200, as you would have heard. And you could take this $1,200 in installments. You could take it in 2, or you could take it in 1. We can't forget the $1,300. Well, what used to be $1,300, because it's now gone to $1,700. And that is more money that you have at the end of the year to buy a little extra something. This is a government that is putting money back in your pocket. And for those persons who are earning between $25,000 and $35,000 a year, you're going to get what you wasn't getting before, $750 back in your pocket. And I've been hearing the opposition, well, the Democratic Labour Party, talk about the $5,000 that we're giving to to children born after 2021, and they've been criticizing it. But how many of us would have loved to have $5,000 at birth? Some of us probably didn't get $5,000 until we were in our 20s or our 30s. But this is a government that is not leaving anybody out. From the most vulnerable among us to the unborn child, we're saying to you, the Barbados Labour Party has your back. So our slogan says, when Labour leads, Bajans succeed. Say it with me. When Labour leads, there is something in our manifesto for everyone, both young and old. And we know that St. Thomas has produced and will continue to produce some of the most elite sportsmen and women in this country, and entrepreneurs as well. And the Labour Party is saying to you that there will be several new facilities across this country to cater to all sporting disciplines in this country. The Bajan Business Accelerator is a national program to transform micro and small businesses, the micro and small business sector, and unlock more customers, more capital, less friction, higher standards, and global pathways for entrepreneurs. This party intends to make it easier for you to start and to grow a business, to access more customers, more capital, and more training at every stage in the process of having a business. We will also work with you to ensure that your brands are high-performing indigenous brands that you can sell and export anywhere in the world. In short, we intend to make sure that money keeps circulating in your pockets. I want to say to you, put Gregory Nicholls to work. put Gregory Nicholls to be your next representative. We don't have any room for complacency in this campaign. We don't have any room for you to say, oh, you got it covered. The only way that Gregory Nicholls will be able to ascend the steps of Parliament if you go out and cast your vote early on the morning of February 11th. And there's been this talk about voting for an opposition, which makes absolutely no sense. Because if many of us here decide to vote for an opposition, we will end up with a government that we do not want. We will end up with a government that takes us back to 2008 when the Democratic Labour Party held the reins of government, and we do not want to go back to having a lost decade, my people. It is not time to gamble with your future. It is not time to gamble with the future of your children. It is now time to make a definitive choice to keep Barbados on solid footing and on solid ground. This Labour Party has shown you what responsible economic management looks like. This Labour Party has shown you what true development and progress looks like. This Labour Party has shown you what a team for the times looks like. And I am proud to be part of that team for the times. I am proud to have my colleague Gregory Nicholls a part of that team for the times. But as I said, we can only get there. We can only get there if you put your vote squarely in the box for Gregory Nicholls. Don't spoil it. We don't wanna have any spoiled votes. We wanna come clear and come clear strong, so that when we paint Barbados red from the north, and we come through St. Thomas and we pick up our comrade Gregory Nicholls, and then we come over to St. Joseph, because we are ready in St. Joseph. And I guarantee you that after February 11th, I will walk with my friend and I will walk with my comrade Gregory Nicholls up the steps of Parliament once and for all. So St. Thomas, I thank you, and let us paint St. Thomas red on February 11th. Thank you.
All we need is Brathwaite, St. Joseph red and ready to go. The #1 candidate, Brathwaite. BLP, give me a little bit more. Whatever the problem we're in solving, BLP needs, you know we succeeding. Vote after vote we cast and leaving them in the past. People asking how many seats we winning this year, how many times them can get unfair. Brian Brathwaite always prepare, so put your right flags up in the air.
St. Thomas, and to those of you listening and watching, you've just heard from Ryan Brathwaite from St. Joseph, who's taken this BLP torch and carrying it all across rural Barbados and wherever there are voters who need to hear the message. And to us here tonight, you're going to hear regularly that next Wednesday is the time to vote. That next Wednesday, ballot boxes will start empty with nothing in it. Whatever you thought and whatever you felt about the last government and how you feel about the BLP has to materialize by the X that you're going to put next to the candidates that represent this party over the next coming days when you go to vote on Wednesday. And tonight, we're going to continue to share with you the reasons why you can engage with this party, the reasons why you could continue with this government, and the reasons why you could continue to endorse Mia Motley and her team to lead Barbados into the future and into more progress and into more productivity and into all the things that matter to us. But tonight, we are in Welchman Hall, and this is the ancestral home of the former MP for St. Thomas, Miss Cynthia Ford. And years ago, when I joined this party, one of the things we had in an early conversation with Miss Ford was her recounting that the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Owen Arthur, would have said that you come to politics to stop poor people from being poor. And that has been something that Cynthia has reinforced in us all the time. She's always and at every opportunity reminded us that putting people first and tending to people's needs has to be the forefront of the things that we work on a daily basis. So to come here tonight and to share with you more reasons why to support this Labour Party, it requires us to speak about the record of what Cynthia Ford represents. We know Cynthia had a time in the Ministry of Education where she did work, particularly with rural schools and helping them to ensure that students had all the things they need while she worked in that ministry with our Prime Minister when she was with the Ministry of Education. But in her last ministerial assignment, we saw the things that Cynthia worked on that was meaningful to so many people. You see, she was Minister of People Empowerment. She was minister when the welfare was raised. She was minister when people who were on welfare were sometimes going home with $150 a week. But this government, in one of its earliest budgets, saw to it to ensure that benefit that people received went up by at least 70%. Cynthia was the minister that started to work on the amalgamation. Today, we saw the Social Empowerment Agency being launched, where people now who have to access services, whether it's the Child Care Board, whether it's the National Disabilities Unit, whether it is with welfare or generally National Assistance Board, they now go to a one-stop shop that provides all the things that they need to ensure that they can get the help that they need. Cynthia was the minister that expanded the home health program for seniors. She was the minister that launched the companion program for seniors to ensure that people who would be home during the day alone and sometimes needing just that little bit of care had the assistance that they need. And Cynthia, in her latter days in Parliament, was chairing and leading the way on the government's program for elder care and the green paper that went to Parliament that will now frame how elders are treated and in a legislative way over the coming years. So we are here in her hometown tonight, not just to tell you about the things that she has done and this government has done, but also we're going to take this opportunity to welcome her and to thank her for the service that she's given to this party, this government, and to the people of Barbados. We want to thank Cynthia Ford for giving this government a record of progress with the things, in particular people empowerment, over the last 7.5 years. So tonight, as we stand and welcome Cynthia Ford to address you, as she comes here and endorse Gregory Nicholls to be the next representative for St. Thomas, we want to applaud her, we want to thank her, we want to say, Cynthia, we are proud of the work that you've done for us in St. Thomas, for the work that you've done for us in Barbados, and for the work that you've contributed in making people's lives and making poor people's lives better. So let us stand and welcome Cynthia Ford to address you. Stand and welcome Cynthia Ford, St. Thomas. We thank her for her work. We thank you for the record that she's had. We thank her for giving this government progress to stand on. We thank her for dedicating her life to service up and down across St. Thomas. Cynthia Ford.
Every little thing gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds, it's by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, this is my message to you. Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Saying, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing.
Good night to you wonderful people here at Welchman Hall, St. Thomas. Good night. That is so lukewarm. Good night. Because God is so good that we do not have the showers to impact on what we are doing. And therefore, I'm very grateful to all of you for coming out here tonight that we can sing the praises, not only of the Barbados Labour Party, but of the people of Barbados for the excellent work that they have been doing as we advance into this new era. So it is a great pleasure for me to be here and to see all kinds of friends, old school friends I haven't seen in 25 years. All of the residents and the people of St. Thomas who for 6 consecutive general elections, well, there's one was a by-election, the other 5 voted resoundingly for me, an ordinary poor little girl in this village in Welchman Hall. And so I want to say thanks to all of you, those who voted for me or those who did not. You're still my friends. We went to school together, and therefore let us continue as a people to work together, not only to build Barbados, but St. Thomas, but to build Barbados as well. So I want to welcome all of you here, those who are local residents, those who are visitors and others, for coming here tonight so that we can spread the word and gain that support for none other than Gregory Nicholls, a resident of St. Thomas. And I want for you to continue not only to come and sit at meetings, but make sure that on polling day, you go out and lend Gregory your support, because Gregory is a son of the soil. And I know that I had him in my vision for a while, and I am so glad that the people of the St. Thomas constituency branch, I believe those are people from Sharon School where I worked for 25 years. I am glad to see all of you, and I want you to lend your support to Gregory. So it is a great honor and pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, friends, supporters, everybody, to be here in St. Thomas and at this great meeting. I also want to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that I thank you, the residents of St. Thomas over those many years, for the love, the warmth, the support, the guidance, and everything else that brought me on this journey. A humble girl from Welchman Hall, one of 7 girls and 1 boy born in poverty. And I'm saying this particularly because I'm seeing some young children here who may have been born in poverty, but their parents, their guardians, their teachers and others are going to work with them, because it is not beyond any of you here in this audience to become a member of parliament or a minister in government or a principal in a school or a supervisor at an institution. All of you have the potential to do it once you go to school. Pay attention and learn, and more importantly than anything else, show respect for law and order, because I'm extremely troubled at this time to learn of what is happening in our country almost every week. The crime and the violence. That is not what we were taught. That is not how we were raised. We always learned the Bible verses, thou shalt not kill, do unto others, and the statements that we used to say in school for the thoughts for the week, do unto others as you will have them do unto you. So I admonish you, parents and guardians, first and foremost, and the rest of you in this society, to work with these young men, women, and children, because that mantra says it takes a whole village to raise one child. And all of us can play our part and rescue our young people, particularly our males. It is not a comforting experience at all to be hearing it every week. I also want, ladies and gentlemen, to thank those of you from the parish who would have come out and lent me the support over those many years. From 2001 until now as a member of parliament, and of course being a senator before that, and then going way back to being a teacher in the classroom for 25 years. So you all know that I am a septuagenarian plus. And I thank you for that, because without your guidance, your love, your assistance, I would not be here looking so good tonight, I believe. And do you want me to blow my own trumpet? I look good and I feel good. And it is because of you all who have helped to lift me up out of poverty to bring me to this level, and I shall not do anything at all that will cause you to say she should know better. I will continue to work with the children and the young people, because at the end of the day, we're one people, one nation, living in beautiful Barbados. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to tell these young boys and girls, before I even get to Gregory Nicholls, our senator, to let you boys and girls know it does not matter where you come from. You can excel to the highest level once you show respect, you pay attention to your work, and you conform with the laws of Barbados. You do not have to be born in any castle or any heights or any place of that high, lofty kind of life. Humble as you can be, you can rise to excellence, because I've told a lot of my friends, I'm not ashamed to say where I came from, but I've told a lot of my friends, it is not what you do, it is the way how you do it. And it is not where you come from, it is how you behave, and you propel yourself, and you obey the values and the adults and the other persons who will help to shape you, that you can rise to any level that you want to once you conform. So boys and girls, and I'm so happy to see little boys and girls in this audience tonight, they too will learn lessons that later on, when we are hushed and gone, they can talk about their visit here tonight in Welchman Hall, and any lessons they may have learned from us, the adults, not only on the platform, but you who are among us. Let us continue to nurture our children, our neighbors' children, and everybody else's children, and guide them along a path that they will get to know God and to do everything that is right in this society, so that we, the mothers in particular, don't have to hold our bellies. I am seeing too many mothers having to hold their bellies. I am seeing too much violence going on in a peaceful society where all of us have been taught, walk away sometimes. Leave that alone, ignore, and save your life and save your health. And so, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, thank you so much for coming here tonight to listen to us. Now, my main reason for being here is to lend my support to none other than Gregory Nicholls, our senator from over in Melrose Advocacy area. But I want, before I get to that, for all of you adults who are here who would have gone to Holy Innocent School down the hill, to express that kind of gratitude for none other than the late Lester Vaughan, who made sure that we were looked after, and we got free lessons, and we were taken on tours because our parents were in the agricultural belt working, or in Miss Hurdle's shop over there, or somewhere else. But Mr. Vaughan made sure that every child mattered. And Lester Vaughan gave us the opportunity to rise, free lessons, you name it, Lester Vaughan did it for us. And I'm sure that most of you in here in this audience can put up your hand to say, without Lester Vaughan, I would not know where we'd have been. And Lester Vaughan was responsible for me and my family and all the other families around here where people had children, 8 and 10 and 15 children. It wasn't any one child. Free lessons, free tours, free lunch, everything you want to talk about, because it was before school meals time. May the Lord bless Lester Vaughan, Mr. Percy Ellis and his wife Eloise Ellis that live right next door here, and all those other teachers and guardians that worked at the school. I want to thank them sincerely, because we have never had that opportunity before, and I think it is only fitting now that those of us who benefited, we give thanks to our teachers, our mentors, the priests, and others, because this is a close unit where you hardly hear of violence in Welchman Hall. I want to thank you all for it, so you can clap for yourselves, because you've done a wonderful job and you've raised good citizens. I also want, ladies and gentlemen, to let you know that we need, as a people, to continue to lend support to our neighbors and friends. And I'm making this very local, because sometimes many of us rise to levels having come out of the bosom of poverty, and then we look down on those among us. And it is happening across Barbados and across the world. I believe that sessions such as these should help us to be able to say, let me reach out and touch my neighbor. Let me give that neighbor a good, kind word. Let me offer the child a little gift for coming first in class. or being the best Cub Scout or the best Brownie. We have moved away from our families and friends, and we have built up walls. Yes, you have to build up walls because there's so many people doing wrong. But at the same time, let us reach back into this society and lift up or uplift the other children around us, especially our boys who need mentors in the home, in the community, and wherever they go. So I'm admonishing you tonight, please give these children a chance to survive. And the only way I could have come and win 5 consecutive elections and a by-election is because of that kind of nurturing. And as a result of Lester Vaughan and his teachers and others in our community, I made sure that I formed community groups. So the Cub Scouts leader, Brownies leader, PTA leader, because I knew that poor people's children were in that school called Sharon Primary, who needed the parents to come out and to be inspired, and the children develop dignity and skills, language and everything else. And therefore you can do it if I can do it, and I did it when we were all very poor together. So I encourage you, help us out. Now let me get to none other than what is happening here as we celebrate and as we go forward to work in favor of none other than Gregory Nicholls, who has been here working with us in the constituency for many years and doing excellent work in the Senate, in the Honorable Senate, when he had to do his presentations as a senator. So I also want to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I thank all of you for coming out here tonight and helping Gregory or strengthening him as he seeks to go forward for this position. I want to encourage Gregory as well to continue to work in the communities, because that is how you whip up interest. That is how people get to reach out and touch you. That is how people come out and lend you numbers like they are tonight. And I'm sure these numbers will grow as the night goes by. And therefore, let us continue to work with him, make those sacrifices to help him to canvass, make those sacrifices to give some donations to the campaign house. He deserves them. The workers are there deserving because they tithe their time for us in Barbados to come back with 30 love. St. Thomas must win this election. The Barbados Labour Party must win this election. And in the light that our motto in the Labour Party says, a better life for our people, we need to continue to be more cohesive in our approaches in order for us to be able to lift those people who are in the poverty line, who are the disabled, who are the elderly needing care. We are to go back and give back to the society that has given us those, you, not me, because I didn't get any free education, but those who have been able to receive the free education, give back and monitor and mentor some of these little children who need the care that they are not able to get. Some of them have no father there in the household to nurture them. And I feel a lot of that is what is leading to our boys becoming very, very delinquent. I also want, ladies and gentlemen, to say to you that Gregory has been out there for me and for the Labour Party for many years. And during the COVID period, my grandson came in from Canada on his own. He was only about 6 or 7 then. And his mom called and said, go and bring down Nathan from school, from the flight. And me, going up there, pick up my dear grandchild, kiss him up, bring him up and everything, and put him in the vehicle and brought him home. And then we learned from the people in the airline, 26 people in the flight had COVID. Because he was exposed, he had to go into isolation. And poor me who picked him up, you know, I had to go to 2022 in the middle of the election into isolation. Gregory Nicholls did every single meeting and filled in for me because I could not breach the protocols by coming out to canvass. And therefore, there's nothing that could stop me from coming here tonight or any other time in this campaign from coming and lending Gregory Nicholls the support that he deserves, because he did an excellent job filling off every single meeting during that general election in 2022. So Gregory, hats off to you wherever you are. I love you dearly, and I hope that more Barbadians will follow in your footsteps to make that difference. Now, I am aware of that a lot of challenges are here in the parish, And I know that in the past, we did have good roads. We were able to find employment to give others. We were able to do so much in the parish. But with the heavy rainfalls, the roads are gone to an extent where the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and I nearly went to high words. I love you, Cynthia. But that day I was so angry because people were calling on the radio, you know what? Miss Ford used to do things for people, but she don't do none no more. And that is so heart-wrenching. But I can't build a road. But I agitate through the Ministry of Public Works to be able to say to them, if you can't fix the whole road, patch some holes. And they did patch some, but before the rain could come down, good a drizzle, the patch has gone into potholes again. And you travel the road, so you know, you agitate for the buses, you agitate for trees to be cut down, you do so much, but the pie is only a small pie, and it has to be cut up among every single constituency of the 30s. So I know that I can't get everything, but I have tried. And I know that Gregory will not get everything, but Gregory Nicholls will try. And once the Lord gives me breath, I am behind him 24/7. And I'm going to call up the agencies, and I don't do bad. As only say when I'm fair, though, call we from the center of the oil and we are idiots. So give us something. Help us with the road. Help us to fit the pipes, fill the potholes, that kind of thing. So Gregory, have no fear. Cynthia is here.
Oh, Lord.
That is not the only challenge that we have. All across Barbados, there are challenges. People want to get employment. And yes, there are some jobs that will be available. But I want to encourage my young people here in St. Thomas and if those within my hearing, go and do some studying on evenings. Take up those programs that government is offering to empower you all with the skills necessary for the workplace. A lot of people want a job, they haven't got any certificates beyond birth certificate. And it makes it difficult because the requirements are you should have 3 or 4 CXCs or if it's GCEs from the past or whatever. And so the job market is not able to take you in because you don't meet the requirements. But you know what? I left school with no certificates either. My mother could not pay my school fees. I was the only one she was paying school fees for. My name never came back when they wrote common entrance. But you know what? Every evening I went to an institution of learning and hit my pocket after I left Woolworth doing the serving and cleaning the counter. That's why I'm telling you, I want you young people to know we were not born with any gold spoons in our mouths, but we had the initiative in our heads. We have to work in order to achieve. And therefore, the government has so many programs going that persons can improve themselves. They can retool, they can find employment. And unless you do what you have to do to be able to get to the level where you want to become the engineer, go to the SJPI, the Samuel Jackman Park Prescott Institute, go to the community college, go to the O-Level Institute. I did that too. I left school with 1 certificate that I headed canes for my mother and I expected the money and paid. So I'm telling you boys and girls and young men and young women, I wasn't born with any gold spoon in my mouth. And I don't carry myself as though I was born with any gold spoon in my mouth because I have a girl who live in the village. I never left Welchman Hall to go anywhere else to live except Cane Garden because I wanted to get comfort and space. Back in Welchman Hall again because my neighbor string buried at Holy Innocents Church. And I'm saying to you, you're not going to get it all at one time, but make an effort to do a little studying on the side when you leave work on evenings. And go forward studying and improving the quality of your life, and then you can rise from being the mechanic if that is what you no longer want to do, but you're doing it because and then you could become an engineer. Go to take advantage of all the areas that government is offering for you to improve your qualifications, and I am sure that you will not regret the efforts that you would have made to be able to get there and to do what you have to do. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to let you know that Gregory Nicholls will do St. Thomas proud. He will do the government proud. And I want you to go out in your numbers. I know it is not easy to canvass. I have canvassed on 6 different general elections and 1 by-election. I was there when Tom Adams was in the government, coming into the government in 1970. And I was teaching, I had to hide because civil servants were not allowed to do it. I was there when David Simmons went on. Madam Star, they said David Simmons must be the candidate. And we hit the ground running. The only way Gregory can win this election is not by you all just coming here tonight and sitting and listening, but go into your neighborhood and tell the folks, come out on polling day. Lend Gregory Nicholls your support. He is the man that is going to assist in helping with the forward development of St. Thomas and of Barbados, because I expect that we're coming home again with 30 love. And you see James Paul walking with us. You heard James Paul. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Thank you, James Paul. I'm going to embrace you when I see you. We're not enemies in the political arena. We know each other. We are good friends. I am not going to deal with RAT, because I feel that RAT will soon get a conniption when polling day comes and you hear St. Thomas, all the seats in St. Michael, all in St. James, St. Peter, St. Lucy, St. Joseph, and it goes on and on. I hope that RAT don't collapse. This man is something else. And no wonder why James Paul made that slip. I believe he made it deliberately, but forget that. I want to also admonish those of you who are going to be coming on these platforms not to join what we saw Dr. Eswick did the other night either, because that is not how the Labour Party behaves. We will show respect for others. Yes, we will make our jokes, but we show respect for others. So that language that he used about persons in the Labour Party, he should never be allowed to go on another platform, and I'm going to tell him so in his face. And you know that I'm a fighter. In my holler, "Oi, Cynthia, I hear you." Because if you miss a hit me, a talk, papa, smoking spike. Oh, Lord. Nobody will disrespect me, and I will disrespect no one. You can rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to keep Gregory on his toes. He is going to call me the old mother, or the old night, or whatever, because he is going to produce. Once you give him that opportunity, he will continue. As a senator, he is vocal. He was vocal in Parliament, and he spoke to the issues. And I believe that Gregory will be one of the best members of Parliament St. Thomas will have once you go out and give him your support on polling day. I also want to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that St. Thomas has a lot of issues. I might have mentioned that just now. And I want to let Gregory know I am not going to go home and pick my fingernails. I am going to follow him and work with him and inspire and encourage and support him in every sphere of what he has to do to make a difference with the further development of this parish. Yes, the rains have impacted on our roads, and the way that they're building our roads now, we don't even know what is happening. And then when we get those contractors, I do not know who tell them or guide them what they should do. There's no way that Content Road should have been closed for nearly 11 months. A baby would have been born and probably getting ready to creep. There's absolutely no way that Bridgefield Road should be closed for 10 months. And when you pass, you're seeing nobody on the road. That is a workman to be able to deal with it, and the redirection of the roads. Colleagues, friends, residents of St. Thomas and the other communities who have to go through St. Thomas, bear with the government, bear with us. Yes, it is a long road to travel. Jack in the Box is dangerous. I saw an accident there this evening coming in. Hangman's Hill is dangerous, but for the time being, we will tolerate. But I will want to speak again to the Honorable Minister Bradshaw to ask her to make sure that the MTW workers go with those contractors to accelerate the projects that they're doing, that there's more comfort and less moving around and going all around Barbados at St. Thomas to get back to their homes, when we know that we could just tap through on the hill road and get back on a smooth road and the discomfort is taken away. So I will work with Gregory on that, and I will make sure that he gets the opportunity. Now, I know that my time may not be enough, but I will get my time to speak elsewhere. I want to say how happy I am that this government chose to give us these booklets and these manifestos. And of course, to be able for us to pick up the A to Z promises that have been kept, the red card that was given to us a few days ago, and now the manifesto that speaks to all the things that the government is willing to continue to do. And who are we doing it under? An international leader who is the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados. And when you see she goes to the conventions overseas, everybody is running to her and they carry her on CNN News and on BBC News. One of the most profound women Barbados has ever produced, the Honorable Mia Amar Motley. And you can clap for that because I work directly with her and I know the initiatives that she has put forward. There are efforts I have made, Gregory, and I want you to continue with them, and I'm going to give you just 2 more and then I'll close. Over in Mangrove, over by Vaucluse, I had to change a phone because of Barbadians dumping illegally. That is not our culture. So you see, all the remnants of the fowls, when they boiled them, the old fridge, the old stove, at least I know of twice where there were women's bodies found in there as well. And it hurts because we are talking about Barbados being a country where tourists come and have all kinds of enjoyment and tours and so on. And we want that for the economy to be strengthened. But for them to have to go through by Hyman's Hill and come through Vaucluse in order to get where they're going now that some roads are closed, they should not be seeing or witnessing it. We should not be either. And I've got the photographs. I've sent them to Minister Adrian Ford. I was promised some cameras. I haven't got the cameras yet, but they're on island. And Gregory will get that opportunity to put up those cameras, and I'm willing to monitor the cameras from home. I want somebody locked up. There's absolutely no way that people can come, change up a whole kitchen from a restaurant, and put everything on Vaucluse Road. The cow dies or hangs, or they kill the cow and put the cow guts in the middle of the road. And then the stench, and because that is the only road now you can go, now that the other roads are being repaired or upgraded, everybody is turning up their noses. It is not the visitors who are coming and doing it in Barbados. It is the Barbadians who are business people and others whose cow might hang. Why are you going to drop it in Vaucluse when there is a way to dispose of it? So I want to thank the Honorable Adrian Ford for sourcing those cameras, and I will get somebody, even if I have to pay them, to be able to take that information and forward it to the Ministry of Health and so, as well as to the police. I want somebody locked up for doing it. And it's been going on for too long. Barbadians are not the kinds of people who would ever have done that in the past, although they didn't have the resources like we do now. And there are agencies where the bodies of those cows and sheep and so can go. We had bodies of 2 women also in that area because it is a fairly seclusive kind of area. Few people pass there, but it is not right for us to do it as a nation. And most of us would have had free education. We are not putting that free education to the work that it should have been done for us to be able to make the difference. I will close in a minute, but I want to let you know that the work that the government of Barbados has been doing under the right, I almost call her the right excellent, but she's nearly there. The Honorable Mia Amar Motley is profound. I heard the RAT talking about, you know who I say RAT, right? Ralph Anderson, I think that's second name.
Oh, Lord.
The thorn in the flesh. When he looks at members of parliament and says to them, having talked for 3 hours and they say a thing, or according to the train, they say a pine. When they're hungry, to give the public of Barbados the impression that members of parliament go in there to eat food. The man is saying nothing, and then when he was acting as the speaker, I like the member for St. Thomas, you know that story though, right? Too short. And I could not tell him anymore, so I would tell him, head close to something, and something circulating in the brain. I conclude by letting you know, having been given the privilege to work with the elderly department at the Ministry of People Empowerment, when I demitted office in 2022, and having the support of none other than Dr. Jacqueline Wiltshire, from right next door to where we are here, we have been working with the elderly for the past 3 years. And I am on to that topic as I come to the conclusion, because some of our elderly relatives, neighbors, and friends and others are being ill-treated in a way that is beyond human comprehension. And so that department has done some excellent work making sure that the elder care companions, we call them the elder care assistants now, go into the homes and stimulate those seniors. They cannot bathe them. They can make a cup of tea. They can plait their hair. They can sing with them. They can walk around the garden and let them pick a couple fruits or so. But they cannot go any further by touching the bodies to bathe them or anything or changing bed sores and so, because the National Assistance Board does that kind of work. But those 460 persons who have been given employment to work with the elder care as elder care companions have really turned the lives of our seniors around because of the stimulation that they get daily when they go in and talk with granny or granddad or the disabled man or woman, and they sing hymns with them. They make them a cup of lemonade. They will plait their hair, brush their hair. They can probably clip their toenails and so on. That is a phenomenal project that was devised by me and Gabrielle Springer, who was the permanent secretary then, and 460 people in Barbados have gained employment. And now I'm begging the Prime Minister, I've told it to the Honorable Cynthia Ford before, in one of the requests I have before Parliament closed off, that I want 50 men now to get that chance. And you know why? Some of the old men, not perking too much, but when the young girls go and they got the V-neck and the skin prettier than mine, Granddad might be saying, I like you. Poor fella, all in the head and nowhere else, but perhaps. And therefore, in the same way we are treating the women with those 460 persons and a few men, I want for the men to get their share of care too. And so, I am begging the Honorable Prime Minister, whenever she goes back into Parliament with her 30 love, put that provision in place so that our men too can get stimulation, where the men who go in can talk to Granddad about courtship in the old time days, about playing a game of dominoes, playing a game of whist, and stimulating them, because the young women will not really know how to do it, and therefore that is the deal for our young people. I also want to talk about the disabled and the legislation for the elderly, as well as that for the disabled, because people believe that if you're disabled, you should stay home and stay in a corner. They see you in a wheelchair and they're driving, and it looks as though sometimes people want to knock them out of the chairs. Disabled people are people too, and therefore the Ministry of People Empowerment ensure that the legislation has been prepared and approved so that the elderly can get their fair share of it, and the government has been giving some funding to help them out with their meals. Some of them get the 600 from the project that we know has been in operation for a while. We've determined that there must be parking spaces at churches, at the stores in town, at business places otherwise, so that they're exclusively put there for the disabled, because the disabled cannot just go and park away from the entrance to the place or anything. They must be parked close enough that they can get their wheelchair out or their walking sticks or whatever and go there. And I say clap for that, because our disabled have suffered in this society for so long. And when people saw them on the road, we don't go home, we got a walking stick. Them saw the disabled and go, not all about the road. They are people too, and they have contributed to the growth and development of Barbados. And we need to give them the respect that is due, as we do to the senior citizens who have laid the foundation in the plantations, in the white people's houses, on the roads, patching roads and all that. We too must give that credit to our senior citizens as their lives go on. I close, ladies and gentlemen, by thanking you for all the interest, the love, the care, the affection that you would have given me. And I encourage you, let us continue to work together as Barbadians. Put aside the politics. Put aside the politics. There's nobody who was my friend, as big a friend as mine, of the late Sir Branford Tate. He's my son's godfather, so you would understand how close we were. But when it came to the politics, you over yonder boy, with them fellas that ain't doing so hot, are you here with the winners? And that is how we should do it. We are one society, one nation, one people. Let us continue to work together. And I close by asking you, please, Gregory Nicholls, a humble little fella from over in Arthur Seat Melrose in St. Thomas, I want you to go out and vote for him on polling day. In the same way that I, a little village girl from Welchman Hall, can be your member of parliament running 6 times and winning all 6 and serving you, I have that confidence in Gregory Nicholls that he too is going to serve. And when he does not serve, Cynthia on his back. Once the Lord gives me life. And I believe that Gregory will do you an honor in carrying on the good works and making sure that St. Thomas is safe in the hands of the Barbados Labour Party, and we will soar to higher heights, touching base with the rich, the poor, the old, the young, the disabled, and others, to make sure that we have one cohesive Barbados, one nation, working together to be able to make a change in what we are doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your guidance, your support. Now is the time to get out of the houses on polling day and go to the polling stations with your ID card, your birth certificate, whatever you have. And when you get there, Gregory Nicholls, wax, collapse, give him the vote, and I'm sure that he will not disappoint you. And I will work with him as well as the other constituents to make sure that he soars and he makes a good representation for the people of St. Thomas. God bless you, and thank you very much for your guidance and your support.
This is my message to you. Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds, it's by my
St. Thomas, I want to apologize, but we have to do this again because we did this a few minutes ago and I got a message saying that we were heard over in Walk Spring. St. Thomas is red and I hope that we get a message saying we heard it from Baby Beasley this time. So I actually want to salute Miss Cynthia Ford as well for her service to St. Thomas. She did it in style, she did it in class. And I can also attest to the fact that as a youngster growing up, and I vaguely remember from the age of about 5 years old going on camp tours and what's not from the camp there at Holy Innocent. Cynthia used to board the bus with us as though she was just another ordinary member of society. We didn't understand the office she held. We didn't understand the status she held in society. And I want to salute her for always being in touch with us at the grassroots level. Cynthia, thank you. Tonight, I also want to introduce to the platform a man who is very similar to our candidate, Gregory Nicholls. A man who we supported in his by-election not very long ago. A man who keeps it real and genuine. And just as you can find Gregory hanging out in Welchman Hall or Spring Farm or anywhere in St. Thomas, I'm sure you can find this gentleman in Weston, not Western, but Weston, or anywhere in his constituency. I welcome Chad Blackman.
This one for the future, let we go. From the world back home to the parish, we love. Global mind, but he are still here with us. Boardroom talks, international planes. Now we bringing them lessons back home again. Young, vibrant, sharp, vision clear. Listen to the people, every voice here. Not all politics is a brand new way.
Welchman Hall, Welchman Hall. Welchman Hall, Welchman Hall. St. Thomas, Barbados Labour Party family, Barbados viewers online, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. I bring you greetings from St. James North, the constituency in which, of course, I was elected to last year. And I want to start by thanking you for your support in that by-election. But this evening, I want to speak to you on a few things. But I also want to start by wholeheartedly endorsing the candidacy
of none other than my brother, Gregory Nicholls, the candidate for the Barbados Labour Party for the constituency of St. Thomas. As I've said previously, and I will say it again tonight, this constituency has a rich legacy of representation in governance and politics in Barbados and in our parliament. And I want to say that St. Thomas sends serious people to parliament. I repeat, St. Thomas has a legacy of sending serious people to parliament. And therefore, with God's will, and you, the people, saying next week that you will stay with us and you will continue to give us not just your support, but your vote through God's guidance, we come to you humbly, asking you to continue the legacy that has started in this great constituency of St. Thomas. We start, of course, with Tom Adams, who not only was the Member of Parliament for St. Thomas, but was one of the greatest prime ministers in the history of the Caribbean. We then go on to David Simmons, who is not only a legal luminary, but who championed many causes in this constituency on behalf of the people. Thereafter, and you just heard, and I want to commend Cynthia Ford for her stewardship in St. Thomas from 2001 until 2026, where we are today. And Cynthia, you have distinguished yourself. You have distinguished yourself as one of the persons, not just in the Labour Party, but in the body politic in Barbados, who have contributed significantly at the level of the constituency, nationally, in education, in service for the development of our country. And I'm happy to endorse Gregory tonight for a number of reasons. As a young man coming up to the party, particularly when I was the president of our youth arm, Gregory at the time was appointed senator. And the contributions that he made and also the mentorship that he provided for the young people then in the party continues to be one of the hallmarks in which I will never forget. Because what he did was to ensure that we understood the importance of service and how do we get involved in activities at the community level so as to ensure that you bring people along in the mode of ensuring that people can develop at the grassroots level, at the community level, but in pursuit of national development. Later on in life, as recent as last year, we both served in the Senate together. And I would never forget the meaningful contributions that he made and continues to make with respect not just to law, but on points of education and talking about how do we now use the fact that as an independent nation, as a republic, that we must now use the moment to rethink where the future of the country must go. And therefore, I want to start there this evening to you, St. Thomas, because the future of Barbados requires us to stay the course. I repeat, the future of Barbados requires us to stay the course, a course that was started, of course, in 2018, when God saw it fit through the will of the people to ensure that he sent a team anchored by a leader, none other than our leader, Mia Amor Motley, the greatest prime minister in the history of Barbados. We all know that it was a difficult time because the country and the government that she inherited after the Democratic Labour Party was in office for 10 years and nothing to show. After she was elected, she assembled her team and got to work immediately. And that required, as she calls it, heavy lifting. And she ensured that in order not just to save the economy, but to save the prospects of what we know as modern-day Barbados, a country with just shy of 300,000 souls, and to ensure that the quality of life that we had, in order for it to continue, she went to the IMF to stabilize the economy. She called the private sector, the NGO community, the church community, and persons around Barbados and said, one simple thing, we are going to face this and fix it, because why? This generation requires steady leadership.
And you've heard throughout this entire campaign over the last 2.5 weeks that leadership matters. We have a prime minister and a team who has been proven to be able to not just steady the ship, but to be able to articulate a path and a vision that will allow for us to do the things that every Barbadian has been accustomed to us to do and expect us to do. We all know that after the stabilization, we started to see some growth in the economy. Then at the end of 2019, when you thought you'd turned the corner, along came COVID in 2000, January, February, thereabouts. And for 3 years, a lot of the things that we wanted to do so as to now build out the capacity of the country after a 10-year drought in governance and growth because of the recklessness of Ralph Thorne's party, the Democratic Labour Party, we then had to stabilize again. But God saw it fit to ensure that he gave us another mandate to continue the journey. And you would realize that at each juncture in our development and at each stage of our tenure as a party since 2018, Prime Minister Mortley has come to you and publicly spoken to you with a level of clarity, but listening to the voice of God, saying to the people, these are the realities that we must confront. Here is how we are going to get there, and bringing everyone into your confidence so as to ensure that we do it together. And this is the Labour Party way, this is the Grantley Adams way, and this is the way that Mayor Morley has now brought us to this stage of our development. We've continued to see 17 quarters of growth, and you may ask yourself, why is that important? You would remember that notwithstanding the fact that we've had to go to the IMF as a result of what happened before, Prime Minister Mortley and Team Barbados Labour Party was able to still ensure that we had garbage trucks in this country, buses in this country, in circumstances where it was not done before, 3 salary increases, all whilst ensuring that we retool and build the capacity of a modern Barbados. This was not easy, and you stood the test of time with us. And many of you in the crowd and throughout the campaign and even before have said, Chad, this we know is not an easy time to govern any country in the world. You only have to open your newspaper or WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, and you see what is happening across the world. And oftentimes we in Barbados sometimes will think, okay, that is happening somewhere in Asia or Arab world, and there's no connection to what is happening here in Barbados. And nothing, St. Thomas, could be further from the truth. And why is that? You only have to look, for example, at if there's a war. You would have seen conflict in the Middle East, in circumstances where ships, which brings lots of goods and cargo to the western part of the world from that part of the world, having to go through the Suez Canal, being limited. And therefore, because of the limitation as a result of the conflict in that area, the prices of goods skyrocketed. The price of oil skyrocketed. And therefore, the connection between what is happening in the world and what is happening in your day-to-day life, in the supermarket and at the pump, is very, very clear and strong. But what did the Labour Party do? It ensured that it had policies, and in particular, the compact with the private sector, so as to limit and to cushion the impact on the ordinary citizen in this country. This party is the party that, notwithstanding all the lot of long talk in all the different spheres, we introduced the minimum wage, so as to ensure that people in this country have the capacity to have not only an ease in your pocket, but to have a decent wage and living in Barbados. But in order for us to not just reflect on the last 8 years as a government, we must now look to the future. This year, as I've said, and as you know incredibly well, this year marks 60 years, 60, of independence of this great country, Barbados. 5 years as a republic. And it therefore serves as the opportune time, the right time, the time in which every generation alive must now ask themselves, how can we collectively move this nation forward so as to prepare us for the world and for the next 60 years? And that is why I'm of the firm belief that the manifesto, which was launched last weekend in Golden Square, serves, to my mind, as the blueprint for the future of the development of Barbados into what will be a first world country. A country anchored by values, a vision of clarity, prosperity, inclusive growth, and ensuring that we have the resilience to withstand any calamity that will happen. And I can tell you, when I was working at the ILO, one of the things that we had to do when we were in cabinet with the Director General is to do a lot of not just forecasting, but looking at all of the different moving parts of the global reality to see how do you position the institution to not lose its core value while still being able to deliver on its mandate and at the same time navigating the storm. We have a Prime Minister. We have a Prime Minister who has not only proven that she can handle global affairs and domestic realities at the same time, but she is the most respected voice, and I say this without contradiction. She's the most respected voice in the world when it comes to not just governance and leadership, but how do we ensure that countries in the global south and justice and fairness and sustainability are at the core of the future development of the world. And we must be proud of our Prime Minister to be able to deliver on the mandate of the people, whilst at the same time articulating the aspirations of countries not under her purview, but at the same time pushing the human cause. And this is the way in which Barbados must go. And as a result of that, if you look at page 71 of the manifesto, in particular the framing of education, I am of the firm belief that our future as a country depends on us not only to have an education system that is transformed and fit for purpose, but an education system that allows that every child born into this country or who comes through our education system from early childhood education straight through to tertiary and beyond are prepared to lead the world. Barbados' strength, Barbados' advantage, Barbados' superpower, as it were, has to be and is that of leadership. We are no military power, no gold, no bauxite, no large oil deposits, but our history and our DNA has shown that when Barbados leads, the world succeeds. And therefore, through education, we are preparing our children now to go into a world, in many respects, not knowing exactly what that world will look like, but to have in their fingertips the tools to navigate any circumstance that can come before them. But in order for us to do that as a country, there's some fundamentals and bread and butter things that we have to do. And therefore, on page 71, you would see in the manifesto, we have ensured and made it clear to you that part and parcel of that transformation of education is to ensure that there's universal access to breakfast at the primary level in our schools. And it therefore means the expansion of the school meals department. And yes, up to this point in our history, what have we done? We've provided school meals to our children at lunchtime. But we all know if you're going to school and you're hungry, your ability to focus is incredibly low or non-existent. And we have determined as a party, and should it be the will of God and you the people to give us a continued mandate, we will ensure that every child who goes to school in this country at the primary level has breakfast through a breakfast program facilitated by the school meals department. This is a time in which we as a country must be proud. And when you look even further, it is also about ensuring that we prepare our children with respect to new modes of learning. But what does that look like? Early childhood education requires us to, for the first time, not just roll out universal access to our young children at the nursery level. And of course, we've had a situation where if you're a young child, you would either go to a government nursery or a private nursery where you pay out of your pocket. But part of the rollout will be is that we will have a situation where we provide universal access to early childhood education. And to give you a real tangible example, sometimes you would see online children in Asia, and in particular South Korea and China and Japan, from the age of 3 and 4 and 5, being able to use a sewing machine and to do different things and to create gadgets. Why? Because the early childhood education curriculum in those jurisdictions, based on the science which says that what you learn between the ages of 3 and 5 will forever serve you to be a catalyst for your development, and everything that you learn thereafter, as we say in Barbados, is gravy. And we therefore are ensuring that we prepare our children for the world. But it goes even further. One of the things that has allowed me to do many things in life up to this point is the ability to have exposure. Exposure at the local level, national, regional, and international levels as a young man. And that has prepared me to be the man I am today. But that has not oftentimes been the example of the ordinary Barbadian child or student. And in the manifesto, you would see that now there's going to be a fund rolled out that allows for our children for the first time, to be able to travel abroad to a country for a month and to be able to see not just the culture of that country, but to understand how the economy works, how the system of transportation works, how the mode of business works, issues with respect to punctuality. And therefore, by the time these young people, young impressionable minds come back to Barbados, they're able to shape these realities into a Barbadian perspective. And therefore, as I said, through education, we are preparing our young people for the world. And what's incredible about this, Barbados, is that this is all happening before they leave school. But in addition to that, we can do all of these things, but if our young people are not anchored by the values of excellence and discipline and focus and being respectful and being orderly in how they carry themselves in deportment, it will take them so far and no further. And it is one of the reasons why, therefore, working with our parents and our schools and our teachers so as to have the country being not just doing well in terms of grades, but ensuring that they have the core competencies to be able to navigate conflict and to decipher right and wrong built into the curriculum will take us now to the next level of our development. But I want to go further. Team Barbados Labour Party has made a commitment through, of course, our covenant, as you see all of our signatures at the back of the manifesto. A covenant which says that we, through the manifesto, should it be the will of God and the will of the people next Wednesday, to ensure that we now say, these are the things that we are now going to do to unleash the true spirit of Barbados. To remove the shackles, of course, that hitherto have been there on our people, in our mind, in our psyche, in the way we do things. A country, of course, with a history which unfortunately was at the heart of the global slave empire, but a country 401 years after is an independent nation that will chart its course. And when you look at what the Prime Minister has been able to achieve, the respect that she has around the world, the reforms in which she's led that will benefit and continues to benefit in terms of sustainability, a country on the front line of the global climate crisis. And therefore, reforming all that we do, we must now bring ourselves to the table in our different spheres of influence to be able to help this country grow to new lengths and strengths of growth. And when you compare that with what the Democratic Labour Party is proposing to offer this country, with ideas and policies that have clearly not been well thought out and certainly not well articulated, at a time when you know the history of the Democratic Labour Party, that every single time they come to office, it is lick up and break up. Confusion, confusion, confusion. And you only need to look at an example, a very real example, since Ralph Thorne has assumed the leadership of Errol Barrow's party. I repeat, you only have to look at the example of as what has happened from the time Ralph Thorin has assumed the leadership of Errol Barrow's party. The Bible tells us, be not deceived, for God is not what? God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And every time you look, confusion after confusion after confusion in that party. God is not the author of confusion. And therefore you must say to yourself, a party that has been proven to be tried in terms of leadership, the Barbados Labour Party, versus a party which continues to give pie in the sky ideas that will break not just the treasury, but break the foundations of our entire country and put us back into a place that we do not want to go. And we have simply a choice to make. And therefore I say, should it be the will of God? And should the people of this country continue to give us the mandate, a mandate which we seek humbly to ask you for us to continue in your name? I have every confidence, St. Thomas, I have every confidence that with God as the head of this country, with Mia Mottley as our Prime Minister, and with Gregory Nicholls here in St. Thomas as your Member of Parliament, that we as a country will not only grow and prosper, but we will deliver for the first time in a way that is not just great, but that is bold and ambitious and serve to be an inspiration not just to the rest of the region, but to the rest of the world, where Barbados therefore will lead with inspiration and courage and dignity for the benefit of our people in this great country, Barbados. So I want to encourage all of you that next Wednesday, you get up, you say your prayers, you go to the polls, and I ask you humbly to continue to give us your vote and continue to give us the mandate to serve you as the people of our great country. Good night, God bless you, and God bless this great country, Barbados. I thank you.
St. James North is one forward, we chat, let we move ahead. Wave them red flags, let the future spread. Young blood, strong plan, global view. St. James North is one for you. Forward we chat, here we move ahead. Everybody shines. Yeah, he traveled the world, learn now how things roll. Now we home building Barbados strong. Jobs, growth, youth, community.
St. Thomas, you just heard the big man with a big plan. You just heard the big man who's doing big things in education. You just heard the big man who represents a party and a government that is moving our Barbados forward. And we can only continue moving forward if you, next week, place your X next to Gregory Nicholls' name. If you, those of you at home, place your X next to those names of the Barbados Labour Party, our candidates that represent progress. And we can't have it both ways. We can't want Mia Mottley to be our Prime Minister and then vote for someone else. We can't look at it and say, we want Mia as Prime Minister, but we want so-and-so as opposition. If you want a good leader and a good party, you have to endorse the BLP candidate in your area. And St. Thomas, all of you listening, you have to vote for Gregory Nicholls. You must be able to ignore the temptation of the arguments of voting for opposition. Because we can tell you from this party's history that oppositions and the things that you're seeing online, they don't meet in the middle. In 2013 to 2018, Barbados had its largest opposition bench ever. 14 members. 14 members, including the likes of Mia Mottley, Cynthia Ford, who she told you tonight she's a fighter, Dale Marshall, Kerry Simmons. And the DLP were able to continue to do as they like and fleeced Barbados to a point that we had to come back. This party had to come back and save it. So we know from experience that you go to the ballot box and vote for competence. And competence in this election, Barbados, competence in this election, St. Thomas, is voting for the BLP, voting for Gregory Nicholls, and voting for our next speaker. For those of you in St. James South, Sandra Husbands. Let's welcome Sandra Husbands to the stage.
Steady footsteps, she speaks with firm resolve. Each challenge before her, she's ready to solve. Her courage is steady, her compass is clear. A leader who shows up, yeah, she's always there. Vote for Sandra, 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 Sandra. We voting for Sandra, we voting for Sandra, we voting for Sandra. Don't hear it in James. We voting for Sandra, we voting for Sandra, we voting for Sandra. Don't hear it in James.
This brings back memories. Memories. I'll never forget when we came up here for the by-election, when we were working towards getting our beloved Miss Cynthia Ford elected as the representative for St. Thomas. And that was my first close experience of seeing how a campaign is managed and run. I remember the campaign house was just further down this gap. And I enjoyed myself thoroughly because I learned so much at that time. And we are here many years later to ask you to vote for Gregory Nicholls. And we're asking you to vote for Gregory Nicholls on the basis that once again, the Barbados Labour Party is presenting to the good people of St. Thomas a candidate of competence, a candidate with heart and intelligence, a quick mind. I admire listening to Gregory in the Senate as he battles with those who seek to oppose what is being discussed on the table, and how quickly he can spring into action to provide an explanation that cuts cold what is being placed before the people to confuse them about what really is the intent of a piece of legislation or the value or the benefit. And so it is with a clear heart that I want to be able to recommend Gregory to you, because Gregory, as a part of the team, is going to be part of the team that will take Barbados into the future. St. Thomas was once seen as the land of Tom Adams. Tom Adams came to office walking in the footsteps of his father, Grantley Adams. But I want you to understand something about Tom Adams. Tom Adams did not come to seek to move Barbados into the land of Grantley Adams. He came to lead us into a future. And so under the leadership of Tom Adams, we started building a modern Barbadian economy. We started to introduce new sectors, different approaches, because the times called for a different approach. We then had the opportunity to be led further down by Bree St. John. And Bree St. John, again, was a man with a vision who understood where Barbados needed to go, had worked with Tom Adams in setting up the modern economy in Barbados, whether it was the harbor and the invitation, people come in to do industrialization, etc., the offshore financial services. What he was able to do was to take Barbados a little further on the road of the future. And then along came Owen Arthur. And Owen Arthur recognized that the land could no longer be the land of Grantley Adams or Tom Adams or even Errol Barrow. but that Barbados had to move to a new future because times had changed. Things were different, and therefore governance and administration had to move on to a new level. I am saying to you tonight, St. Thomas, I am saying to you tonight, Barbados, that the world has moved to a different level, and what we have done before and how we have done it and the way in which we managed it has to change, because it's a different era. It's a new era. We have to be able to lead Barbados onto a new platform. But what does that mean? The task is going to be different from the task that El Barro had in leading us into independence. For independence, he just needed enough people to vote in the cabinet, in the parliament, and agree that we were going to march forward into independence. And what he was able to craft for us was political independence. But the task that lies in front of us today as Barbadians is going to be how we are going to craft economic prosperity and economic independence for this new generation of Barbadians. That's the task that is ahead of us. And that task cannot be done by people in a cabinet or people in a parliament alone. That task now requires every single Barbadian to understand what is the road ahead, what are the challenges ahead, what are the strategies that need to be used, and most importantly, what changes each of us must make in what we do and how we think, how we work, how we save, how we play, how we make families. We now have to look at a new set of behaviors that will take Barbados into the future, because the world has changed. And this means that you need to have leadership that understands those times, a leadership that comprehends what is on the horizon, understands what are the opportunities, what are the obstacles, and how we are going to put together our economic play on that pitch to make sure that we win in building a new economy for Barbados and a new economy for our young Barbadians. So when you examine this manifesto has embedded in it a number of programs and initiatives that are designed to take Barbados into a new future. It speaks about the need for Barbados to embrace digitization, for people to learn how to use digital technology to perform their tasks, to improve their lives, to increase efficiency, and to be globally competitive. You will see in this manifesto that they talk about reindustrialization, not to go back to how we used to use industry, but to press forward now, to be able to do digital manufacturing, to be able to innovate, to do research, and build out a new set of jobs for the young people here in St. Thomas, the young people in St. James South, and the young people right across Barbados. If you check with this manifesto, you are going to see that we're talking about a new approach to agriculture, looking at how we can get into climate smart technology so that we change agriculture from the hoe and fork and hot sun and begin to use the latest technologies that will do a number of things: increase yields, develop crops that are more drought resistant, disease resistant, increase the quality and the healthiness of the food which is produced so that we can build food security, so that we can make Barbadians healthy, and so that we can create an export crop from our agro-processed products, because there is a change on the international scene and Barbados has to move with it. So if you have something that is different, something that is new, something that is cutting edge. It means that you have to examine carefully who is going to lead you, who is competent to manage that future and successfully help you to transition into it. If you were going to war today, you're not going to be going to war with a bayonet. You're not going to be going to war with a think tank. You are going to go to war with drones and all kinds of latest technology and missiles. Otherwise, you will lose the war. If you're doing culture, you're doing entertainment and performance, you're not using the old-time piano. You're not dealing with instruments from the past. You will have the latest in digital technology to help you produce all the sounds that you want. And you will have the fanciest setup, sound systems, etc., because you are moving into the future. So when you compare the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party, you only have one question to ask yourself. Who can lead you into a modern future? Now let's examine the two. If we look at the Democratic Labour Party, for example, the Democratic Labour Party has never been able to move past Barrow because they've never been able to produce a leader for the future that is in front of us. They always have to take you back to Errol Walton Barrow because they've never been able to produce a leader that has been able to ignite the imagination, to ignite the passion and the hopes of the people of Barbados. And so for a number of election cycles, they've appealed to you to vote for them on the basis of what Barrow had done. But between you and me, the meal that you ate a week ago cannot serve you with energy now. It is done. It is past. It has done its work. You need every day the meal that will help you with your today and your tomorrow. And it's the same thing with leadership. You are going to need leaders who understand the times and can lead us to that future. So the Dems now have become desperate in this campaign. If you listen to the rhetoric that you are hearing on the social media and on the media, etc., you would have gotten the impression that Barbadians were fed up, Barbadians are getting rid of us, etc. And we know that when it came down to the crunch, what you are hearing on the ground is that people want strong leadership. You are hearing people say, we cannot entrust our lives to the Dems. That is too risky. We need to play it safe this election and stick with the Barbados Labour Party. And that has been a surprise to the Dems. The Dems have not understood why that is the case because they believe that we were swallowing what they were selling. Their latest sale to us has been this: for love of country, you do not want a dictatorship. For love of country, you must vote in an opposition. For love of country, you should do this and you should do that. Now let me tell you why that is hogwash disguised as loyalty to country. The Dems have a problem, and I'll explain the problem to you. Whenever the Dems are preparing for an election, they have one single plan. Their plan is how to build an election strategy to win a government. The Barbados Labour Party, on the other hand, we not only build an election strategy. We actually build a program of initiatives as to how we're going to govern. We never go into government without a plan. That's one of the reasons why we can always hit the ground running. Had we been waiting in 2018 to now formulate a plan when we got to office, Barbados would have fallen through the crack, because the Democratic Labour Party had dropped this country so far down in the earth, we almost fell out the other side of the circle. Because they come to office without a plan. But the Barbados Labour Party, always with you at the center of their thoughts, always the best for our people, guiding what we do, always how we can protect and advance your interests in everything we plan. We always come to office with a plan of action. And this manifesto represents part of that planning. What goes into this is not airy-fairy things that we think will excite you without a clue as to how we're going to get it done, but just try to get the vote and move on. No, that has never been our way. When we put together a manifesto, it is based on a number of issues. One, what is hurting Barbadians at this point in time? What is frustrating them? Secondly, what are their dreams? What is it they want to get out of life? Thirdly, what are the economic opportunities and challenges which they are facing at the moment? And then, what is on the future horizon? What is happening internationally that could have an impact on our peace of mind, on our security, on our finances? That is how we operate. So when we put together the plan, it will stand the test of all of this. But it goes a step further. How feasible is the plan? Are there backlashes that can come from out of it? And then the most important thing, can we afford it? What does the economic analysis tell you? Do we have the funding to manage this? And what will be its impact on the various groups across the country? Because sometimes when you fix something for one set of people, you create a problem on the other side. That is the careful planning that goes into how we come to office and how we come to government. Not the Dems. The Dems feel that they can continuously talk to you about the poor small man while they do nothing for him. The Dems constantly feel that they can come to you and kiss up and love up and so on and do darling, but they do not have a plan as to how they are going to support you. You know what? Remember that song by Sparrow, you can't love without money, you can't make love from a hungry belly? Johnny, you will be the only one I'm thinking of. You're my turtle dove. But son, no money, no love. Because we say, if you do not put your house in order to make sure you can provide for the persons that you have asked to come under your protection, then you are only fooling yourself. And that is what they've done time and time again. And you don't need to walk that road again. You do not need that lesson again. Every time the Dems have come to office, they have ruined the economy, they have ruined the lives of our children, they have ruined businesses, and the Barbados Labour Party always has to step up to the plate and haul the country from out of where they have put it. But you know what is disgusting about this particular moment? Is that while we are trying to dig the country out of the hole that they put us in, and repair the damage that they have done, they are standing on the sidelines. Why you ain't fixed that already? How come that ain't done? Look at what's happening with so. They're the ones that caused the problem. How come you get a voice now to talk about why it ain't done and when it can get due and you're all incompetent, etc.? What they are seeking to make Barbadians do is to look beyond the fact that the Democratic Labour Party is incompetent to govern. If you were serious about governing this country, you would prepare yourself for office. When I sat and thought about entering politics, I didn't come to politics because I wanted to be a politician or I wanted to be a minister. I came to office wanting to serve the people of Barbados and to be able to work on initiatives that will help to make their lives better. And I knew the only way you could do that is by preparing yourself to develop the skills and the competence and the knowledge and the experience that would be necessary that you could contribute meaningfully to the lives of Barbadians. That's what I did. But the Dems don't do that. 7 years they have been out of government, and they have not spent the time preparing candidates, training themselves, learning what is going on in Barbados, understanding the issues, and understanding how to address it. They've spent all of their time fighting and quarreling about who can be leader. They've spent all their time destroying themselves, cannot run their party properly, cannot even run their election properly. And they want you, despite their incompetence, to come and give them a vote and give them a chance to be the opposition. Well, I heard the best this evening about an hour or so ago. On a political platform of the Democratic Labour Party, one person said, we are not running to be the opposition, we're running to be the government. We are the best to be the government of Barbados. That is what he said. Ladies and gentlemen, I am saying to you tonight, if your lives matter to you, if a future for your children matter to you, if that small business that you've developed, you want it to grow and you want it to become a powerhouse, and that matters to you, if your senior parents and their health and your mortgage and your retirement and your pension matters to you, do not put it at risk going out there saying that you're going to give an opposition a chance. That is to put your whole life at risk. You want to know why? And I'm going to wind up with this. The only thing you can vote for is a government. If a lot of Barbadians go, they're voting for an opposition, they will wake up tomorrow with the opposition as their government. Is that what you want? Is that the result you would like? You can only vote for a government and let the chips fall where they may. You hold us accountable. Ask the tough questions. Seek the answers. Participate in the discussions. Get involved in the town halls. Come out to the Parish Speaks, to the Ideas Forum, and engage with your government and talk about the things that are important to you, because we hear you, we understand you, and what we want to be able to do is to continue this journey into 2026 in a partnership with the people of Barbados, with the people in St. Thomas, with the people in St. James South, and work towards a better future for Barbados. We're not going back. We're not staying still. We're not getting ourselves caught up with the weaknesses of the opposition. Let them prepare themselves and be serious about their business and then come to you. In the meantime, we have to press on. So February the 11th, Wednesday, every man jack, up early, out of bed, make your way with your ID down to your polling station. Get in your booth and put that X next to Gregory Nicholls in St. Thomas. Put that X next to Sandra Husbands in St. James South. Put that X on every Barbados Labour Party candidate for Mayor Amor Motley. And we will take you safely into the future and build out a Barbados that you can be proud of and a Barbados that you would want to live in. May God bless you. It's been my privilege to be here tonight, and I look forward to Gregory joining us. God bless.
We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. We voted for Sandra. Down here in St. James. She walks with steady footsteps. She speaks with firm resolve. Each life before her, she's ready to solve. Her courage is steady. Her compass is clear. A leader who shows up.
St. Thomas, tonight we've heard about tried leadership, tested leadership, proven leadership, leadership you can trust in Mia Amor Motley and her team of the Barbados Labour Party candidates. St. Thomas, as Sandra just said, this is not the time to vote for an opposition. And I want to address something that was just said about the Parish Speaks. Because we hear all this talk about this dictatorship and all this nonsense that people are trying to spew. But name another government that went from parish to parish to parish, if I may say. Every single month, a different parish, engaging with the residents, asking them about their concerns, taking note of their concerns and generating ideas, whether it be business ideas, whether it be ideas to uplift the community. Name another government. So all this talk about dictatorship, a dictator does not consult. A dictator does not come into your community and hear your concerns. We need Mayor Amor Motley and her team to continue doing the work that they are doing, to continue consulting with us, the average man here in Welchman Hall. And it gives me great honor to introduce the next speaker, a man who I've had the privilege personally as a young man from St. Thomas, and it inspires me truly to walk the roads for the last 3 years of St. Thomas, every creek, every alley, from Jackson, Harper Valley, straight up to Spring Farm and Erie Court, into Allen View and Welchman Hall, Bryan Road, Walt Spring, straight up to Clifton Hill. I would do this with nobody else. I'm proud to call him a mentor. I'm proud to call him a friend. I'm proud to call him a brother. The man who stood up for the people of St. Joseph, his neighbors. The man who stood up for Natalie Murray, another neighbor. The man who fought the case that allowed for public servants to publicly endorse a political party. None other than Gregory Nicholls, the candidate for St. Thomas.
We taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Now is the time. We taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, we taking fresh God, yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas, we moving forward, so come together cause this time is ours. We big and strong as we move along, one team, one BLP, with Mia
is our leader. We know Barbados is better, so we have no fear at all. The challenge is great, but we are greater. Now we more focused than ever. Get ready for a brand new chapter. The road long, but we will conquer. Times changing, so secure your future. We looking toward the bigger picture. Yes, we ready, red and ready. Gregory Nicholls in the wicked like sobers. We taking fresh guard, we taking fresh guard, we taking fresh guard, we taking fresh guard. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new rep. We taking fresh guard, we taking fresh guard, we taking fresh guard, we taking fresh guard. Yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, because he for the people, yes, he for the people.
Good night. St. Thomas. It really warms the heart to see so many of you here tonight. This is really a good feeling. I have started my campaign with the slogan, Taking Fresh Guard. As you heard my good friend Ian Webster singing that song. And I like to pretend that I will always be a cricket man. Cricket, for me, is life. I'm asking you to journey with me. I want you to imagine tonight that we are about to play a third test match. Mia Motley is the captain of the team. She's played 2 test matches before and is now about to play the third. And Cynthia Ford, God bless her, who spoke tonight, has retired from the game. And I have been asked to fill that void. I've been selected to join Mia Motley's test team. The last test captain in Frondell Stewart succeeded in destroying a victorious team that was once led by Owen Arthur. Mia Motley came into office in 2018 with a team in tatters, but led from the front. And after 7.5 years, you can say, 1 term in office and now 2. Victory has now come back to Barbados because Barbados is back, my friends. And I've come to join this team knowing that batting for St. Thomas, a constituency that had Sir Ronald Mack, Dr. Gordon Cummings, Tom Adams, Sir David Simmons, and the great Cynthia Yvonne Ford. Knowing that my captain, Mia Motley, is the best batsman we got both here in the region. And I have now come to get the opportunity to bat with her at the crease. You can't declare the innings now. This is the first test match under Mia Motley's captaincy. When I speak about the next test match, I'm talking about the 3rd term for the Barbados Labour Party, my friends. Where the wicket is not going to be as dicey. We will not face a situation where we are weeks away, just mere weeks of having foreign exchange covered to buy the things we eat, the fuel that drives our economy. We are no longer paying 60 cents in the dollar in debt, drowning in sewage. So the wicket for this 3rd test looks almost like a batting paradise. And if Mia Motley has been able in the first 2 terms of office, what I symbolically refer now tonight as the first 2 innings, the first 2 test matches of her career as captain, because she was a vice captain on a successful team led by Owen Atta. But the selectors get rid of the Barbados Labour Party and put in the Dems. And we move from at the top of the rankings down to the bottom. We were down with junk. So I want to keep the cricket metaphor alive for you tonight to let you know that this is real. And the last captain said nothing to the reporters, said nothing to the people to assure them that things were going to get better. In fact, he led a team that was indifferent. He led a team that didn't care about the fans, the coaches, the supporters, the little children that loved the game. He cared nothing about the reputation of a great cricketing nation in Frandle Stewart. We have a man that was selected on Mia Motley's test team in 2018 called Ralph Thorne. He didn't get to bat where he wanted to bat. So he picked up his things and left. He played on the last test team under the Dems and then scored a run. He ran in 94, 99 and lost. And Mia brought him in on the side. But because he didn't get to bat where he wanted to bat, he picked up his things and ran. And if anybody know anything about Ralph Thorne, the cricket clubs that he played for, he's a man that he would go out to cricket and bat and get out. Never met no runs. But you know when the team got the field next week, you call him on the phone, you can't get it. He ain't turning up, field him with 10 men. If you doubt me, ask if Scooby and the fellas from Ipswich or the fellas from the park at Spartan. But he left us and going to pick up a team that is a failed team. And I see my esteemed predecessor, Cynthia Ford, called Cynthia lame duck. A woman with 25 years plus 26 years of parliamentary representation in this parish of St. Thomas. A woman who knew me not as a Sharon school boy, but a Sharon church boy, took care of me. I don't want to age me or Cynthia, from 1985 as a Cub Scout under her leadership, who has given great service to this community of Welchman Hall and to the community that I come from in the Sharon area. Call her a lame duck. Disrespect. He leads a team that could only bring 3 women out of 30 candidates to a parliamentary election in 2026. Think on these things. He called Cynthia a lame duck. Disrespect. But as Cynthia is a lame duck, he is a dead duck. He got a man running in St. Peter that he could fill any position on Looney Tunes adventures, from Daffy Duck, Plucky Duck, or all kind of duck. Not serious about the business. And I want to draw the cricketing metaphor in my presentation to you tonight. Because we live at a time when, if the wicket in the test match that is to come, the conditions are favorable for batting, will you put back in the team that failed for 10 years? I can't hear you. Will you pick a man to captain you that never win a match? That never score a run? I want to talk about the manifesto tonight. But I want you to also recognize that an election will take place in Barbados in a week's time. And nobody has heard the Democratic Labour Party's manifesto policies yet. The Democratic Labour Party has not launched a manifesto. And we are a week away from an election in Barbados. Now, y'all acting like y'all are not from St. Thomas, so we know that that is not St. Thomas rain. No rain ain't falling yet. That's a little drizzle. When the rain falls in St. Thomas, it get cold first. Just feel a drop in the temperature. So the rain ain't falling. Y'all could trust me. But the Democratic Labour Party has not brought a manifesto to a general election. And we have 1 week to go in this campaign. So I don't understand why Ralph Thorne was flirting with the idea of asking for the elections to be postponed, because all right now the foolscap paper in Democratic Labour Party headquarters getting ripped and balled because they're still trying to write the manifesto. So they are now trying to pick a strategy as to how they can play the test match next week. When you have a solid team led by our captain, Mia Motley, and the heavy hitters that you heard on this stage, like Chad Blackman and Sandra, and another rookie, like Ryan Brathwaite, who came here and spoke, who will also be debuting with the help of the people of the St. Joseph next week on his debut. This is serious business. My friends, I have asked all of the people who have engaged in St. Thomas to share with me their ideas as to how we can develop this parish. One of the wicked things that was done to this parish under the 10 years of the captaincy of David Thompson and Frandel Stewart, because Thompson in his grave can't get away, because the heart of Barbados was designed to enliven the tourism product and the community life in this parish. And it was maliciously assaulted by the Democratic Labour Party and a man called Dr. Dennis Lowe. He died too. But the heart of Barbados must return, because we have between Welchman Hall Gully, Harrison Cave, the Flower Forest up in Bloomsbury, and even Coles Cave. 4 major attractions that can really transform the lifeblood of this parish. And I really believe that we need to recalibrate, because all of the tourists come on the tour buses, go to the cave and the gully, the Flower Forest, and leave. Not a single night attraction that even people like me as Bajans, we can come and enjoy the serene surroundings of St. Thomas, the gullies, the caves, the ecosystem of St. Thomas must breathe life. And we need to recreate the Heart of Barbados program in St. Thomas. I've spoken on this platform about developing an attraction called Gullies, where we can put things like bike tracks and cycling tracks and give employment to young men and women to beautify these gullies that our grandparents walked through. My grandmother used to walk until she walked from Christie Village to Prout through the gullies. And we have allowed our uncles played cricket in the gully. But we have allowed that vital part of our ecosystem to grow into bush. This creates the opportunity for the indigenous Barbadian plants, the bougainvillea, the ginger lilies, all of the fruit trees that we know and we grow up, the guava, the gooseberry, the cherries, for people to walk through our gully system into a beautiful site. And I want to make sure that we can create at least 25 kilometers of gully tracks in Barbados within St. Thomas, so that when you get off a plane, you land at Grantley Adams saying, I need to go to gullies. I want to be able to cycle through 25 kilometers of gully network in St. Thomas. That is a beautiful site. I could get off by the Walk Company Bar in Sturgis, rent my bike, or end up by Duck in Melrose. And those shopkeepers can upgrade their facilities to offer the meal like I ate by Lisa Bob today, or that I eat by Melvin at the L&M bar last week. Good food. And we must create that opportunity. This manifesto, my friends, opens up a gateway for us to see the development of our country in a new, imagined way. These are some of the ideas that opens up pathways to economic growth. I'm bringing growth not by the tour buses coming in and out without it flowing through the communities, but I want to see all of the shops, the businesses in this community taking advantage of an increased capacity to host people in the most beautiful, serene, greenest part of Barbados called St. Thomas. That is my vision for this community, because we have too much talent in this parish to allow Barbados' tourism product to be defined by beaches and the development on our coast, when we know that what happens on our coast is deeply affected by what happens in our gullies. It is a reality. We live only on 166 square miles. So what I'm asking you is to walk with me on a journey to recalibrate how we think about developing our communities. I've also asked my team, how do we get the arts and festivals into St. Thomas? As a boy growing up, but here, we had street fairs. I remember Sharon Church Fair used to attract everybody from that part of St. Thomas. DJ Super, long before Lil Rick, played all the dub and soca songs of the day. Not a boy in fight, no crime, no issues. We started these lines in Allen View, in Welchman Hall, in the Vault Road, in Melrose, in St. Thomas. Canfield, St. Thomas. We started these shop lines, and I hear a lot of criticism that all we creating is facts, but we create the opportunities for local shopkeepers to make $1, for their children and grandchildren to see entrepreneurial activity unfolding before their eyes, and understanding that investment requires commitment, but investment also yields benefits. And you don't have to only hold a handle and expect some benevolent benefactor to give you something, but that you can take your God-given talents and earn it. So I want to see a St. Thomas Carnival and a St. Thomas Festival celebrating music and dance. There's so many talented musicians in this country I call it the country, but it's really St. Thomas I'm talking about when I say country, the heart of the country. Saxophonists, singers, dancers. I don't want to call the names, but I see Aisha Commission. And I said to Aisha, I want a production. I want a production at Rock Hall that tells the story of St. Thomas and our journey from our role in snubbing the Bussa Rebellion to our journey in putting the first black or colored representatives in the House Assembly in Samuel Jackman Prescott times. Our young people need to know that story, but we must retell that story as a part of the proud legacy of this parish. We need to redefine ourselves within the context of a republic. And a lot of people get fooled by this thing about republic. We are now a parliamentary republic going in our 4th year. And I'm proud that my government has said, look, this is such a the world has acknowledged Barbados' transition to a republic as a significant event. It is a significant event because it's the completion of our cycle of independence. It means that we can break the link with the British government and the British monarchy. It's no longer our head of state. We don't have to plead fealty to the heirs and successors of King Charles, but we can elevate one of our own who can represent the values that are intrinsically Barbadian. And your government in this manifesto has said we couldn't do it in 2021, but we will put $5,000 at the disposal of every child who can draw down a dividend between 18 and 21 years as a mark of our statement as who we are as a people in a republic. So a republic must mean something to Barbadians. of all generations, of all classes, of all races, of all hues, of all religious persuasions. A republic means something. And you know what? It can't be a political gimmick because the children born in 2021 or perhaps 4 or 5 years old, they can't vote in this election, nor the next. So this is a solid investment in our people that you as a parent, a grandparent, an aunt or uncle, a godparent, you don't have to carry them by these fast food restaurants for the birthday, but you can put down a little something so that you can add to that 5,000. So that when they get 18 or 21, they got to make a decision about going to university or going to get a job or starting a business or creating or designing something. They have the capital that this country has stood up as the world's smallest republic and said we have confidence in our ability, but we are making a fundamental statement in who we are as a people, that we will give our young people a start that Barra and Adams could not give them. That is the genius in these manifesto policies. And it is not made from a boastful position because we have restored the balance to the economy. 4 successive years of growth, and it will continue to grow. Yes, we will have problems. Yes, we will have to deal with the hospital. But we don't have to go to sleep tonight wondering whether or not it is a choice between the hospital and sending these little children to university. Like the last test team that was playing under our name. We doing all the things that they could not do and more. But they would want to tell you to pick back that lot. Richard Seeley, David Eswick, James Paul, never make a run yet, but still trying to learn to bat and want back for you. And all the others. This is a serious decision the country has to make. And I heard Sandra and Chad. Do not believe that the election is won. I am heartened by the turnout here tonight. Really am. But do not believe, yes, boss, do not believe that we can take the chance of saying, man, Gregory got it in St. Thomas, or that Mia got it, or that Kerry got it, or Chad, or anybody got it. Because you know what happened? That is like you saying, look, they got a trial match or a match just before this test match. I ain't got to make no runs in it. The selectors might very well pick the other side. We cannot afford a disorganized political institution, an institution that is not serious. And if you want to get a little more philosophical, I urge you to go online and read an essay written by the great man C.L.R. James called The West Indian Middle Classes. It will explain everything about Ralph Torn. Because even in the 1940s, he prophesied about people like him. No outlook about the development. And I've said on this platform, young fella from me like St. Thomas, ordinary working class, roots, going to university in the 1990s, and on Frank Alleen's door, Professor Frank Alleen, he had a sign, small minds discuss people. Medium minds discuss events. But great minds discuss ideas. Ralph Torn spoke in the budget for 11 and a half hours last year. Name one idea. One. Name one statement in 11 hours. He spoke even longer than when Castro used to speak at the annual Communist Party rally in Cuba. Or Chavez when Chavez used to speak in Venezuela. Over 2 days. We have never had our parliament subjected to someone who likes the tumultuous sound of their own voice. All the time. Hollering hard and quoting Martin Carr, all kind of thing. One idea. Name one. Name one idea that he has posited. If you go online and watch him speaking to the journalists in Trinidad, and in this country, lot of fancy talk and gimmicks, my friends.
not a serious man who has collided with issues. And I was talking to Marsha Cattle last night as the Prime Minister was speaking, and we were saying, imagine Ralph Thorne thinks the job of Prime Minister is easy, that he could just go in there and he has all these magical advices that he can push this button and leave it. But if he cannot run a Democratic Labour Party that could keep the lights on at a political meeting, if he cannot run a Democratic Labour Party that could do a church service on a Sunday at our annual conference, where, as Liz said, they're in there praying, but when they're praying, I praising the Lord, and one eye people in the CF running and the rest coming inside through the gate. Not serious. And the media have to jerk a mic in front of his mouth because he's the leader of the opposition. But he brings no seriousness, because the last thing St. Thomas people heard was that when they had Hurricane Beryl, the government should have taken all the boats in the fisheries complex and bring them in St. Thomas. How? But the media let he get away with that. That is a man that is not serious. He speaks because he has to, but he doesn't speak from here. He has not brought a single idea in this election campaign. And when he tells you that he's going to reduce VAT, he can't tell you what will replace the revenue that the VAT earns. Oh, he now forgot it right. He introduced VAT, but he also introduced the reverse tax credit, because VAT is essentially a regressive tax, and you have to take care of the people at the bottom. But the Dems cut the reverse tax credit in half, took people's tax returns, and refused to pay them, leaving us with over $1 billion in arrears when we took office. Owed Barbadians $1 billion in arrears. Money that the government owed them several years in tax returns. But how will he pay for it? Doesn't know, and he doesn't care. He's going to take the taxes off of pensions. How will he pay for it? The pensions will require health. We will open up an outpatient clinic in Rock Hall, St. Thomas on Friday morning. The people in Rock Hall will see a return to a healthcare facility on Friday morning. That and the Gordon Cummins Hospital was left derelict by the Dems, but we had to come back into office and deal with restoring the economy. And the Prime Minister said, look, I can't do everything at once, but there's certain things that are fundamental. I can make sure that I can give young people a chance by sending them back to university. Transport is a priority. They bought some buses, they bought some garbage trucks, and we got to get the sewage off the road, because that impairs the health of our country. You remember Wilfred Abrams going into the Bridgetown sewage treatment plant and seeing trees growing out. Big trees, dereliction of duty. The big building there up from Sharp Hill in Vaughtloose can't be occupied because their concern was not getting trucks on the road to deal with garbage, but building big buildings so they can line somebody's pocket. That is what the Democratic Labour Party has offered. And I've said from this platform, I can't remember a single developmental idea the DLP has brought to politics since the 1970s. And yes, I was born in the 1970s, but I had the distinction of studying political science at the university long before I did law. But if you can name me a developmental policy to create new industry, to create a new pathway to development, to take Barra's vision of not seeing another cane blade in Barbados, bring it into reality. Tourism, curse the Labour Party. International business, the curse the Labour Party. When Louis Tull, as a Minister of Culture in the 1980s, birthed the National Cultural Foundation and Carrie Festa, the curse Carrie Festa again last year. But so many people from all over the world and the Caribbean want to come back to Barbados and showcase their talents, their culinary skills, their theatrical skills, their music, their dance, the song, everything. But they would want Barbados to sit splendidly idle and do nothing, as if the world should pass us by. My friends, on February 11th, I beg you, do not drop Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. and pick an untested man. A man who has never scored a run in Test cricket. A man who has never bowled a ball, because if you look at Ralph, he fell so short that I feel that his stumps would be taller than he if he had to bowl in a real cricket match. He's one of the fellas that when if he's bowling out, you got to open up your stance because you really can't take it seriously. Do not drop Mia Motley before the third test match. We have had 10 years of failure at test level with the Democratic Labour Party. The team that he has cannot even make a BCL side, but he wants them to play test cricket. That is what is before you. I urge you, give me your vote. Let us work in building out St. Thomas. Let us build a plan on how we can take the Gordon Cummins Hospital and create, I don't know, a center for dance and culture there, because we got the health facility on the other side, and we expanding in this manifesto the Warrens Polyclinic. So we got health taken care, and at the bottom of Ed Kirk Humphrey's ministry is building out a home for the elderly. Let me do something at the Gordon's Cummins. Let me talk about it. Let me build out the sporting complexes at Content, Bridgefield, Farmers, and Welchman Hall. Let me talk about how we can cover the hard court at Jackson. I put some bathroom facilities there. I create that environment. I want green space in Advocacy and Shop Hill, so we can walk boat. So Devil could get the youngsters who riding horses, stop them riding on the road. Because we produce the best jockeys in Barbados, but we got a man that was a race walker champion in Melrose. I want a space for him. So we create some more jockeys, because we need to create some more millionaires out of ordinary people, because that is what the jockey industry has done for this country and put us on the map. I want some of that in St. Thomas. These are the ideas that I ain't come up with these. These are the things that ordinary people telling me that they want our government to do and partner with them. These are ideas, because this Labour Party is a great political party. It does not discuss people. It does not discuss events. We will talk about ideas. My friends, this manifesto is one of the proudest documents that I am associated with. I've signed this document in the name of the good people of St. Thomas. I want to pledge my support for this covenant with the people of Barbados. And greater will our nation grow in strength and unity. Good night, and may God bless you all. Come out on February 11th and vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Thank you.
We taking fresh card, yes, we taking it. Gregory is the man that we going with. Welcome the new representative. St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, St. Thomas for Gregory Nicholls, because he for the people, yes, he for the people. St. Thomas, we moving forward, so come together, cause this time is ours. We big and strong as we
St. Thomas, you've heard your next representative, you've heard the plans he has for you, you've heard his vision, and you understand that he's standing firmly in the corner of this Barbados Labour Party, and this party led by Prime Minister Mia Motley. We understand, and he tells you that you have to be serious about government. And if you want to seek votes, you have to be serious and come with a plan. He reminded us that we in the Barbados Labour Party and the team led by Mayor Motley has presented a manifesto for you to consume, to see the idea and the vision for where they want to take Barbados. But he also reminded you that with 7 days to go, that the other side still have no plan. They have none. Empty pages, they don't scratching to fill. And with that, we want to remind you that with the election 7 days away, that you need to make a plan to vote. And in making a plan to vote, understand that elections have consequences, and you have to give the election and your vote all the best consideration. And in Gregory St. Thomas, you just saw a man who is committed to the cause, a man who you could trust, and in the words of Cynthia Ford, a man that you know will deliver for the people of St. Thomas and the people of Barbados when you vote for him next Wednesday. So with that, make your plan. Understand how you're getting there. Call the office, reach out to the canvassers in your area. If you need help to get there, we will be there and ensure you get the opportunity to put that X next to Gregory Nicholls' name. And Gregory spoke about cricket just now. He spoke about test matches. And in cricket these days, some days you play a test match, and some days you play a T20. Some days you play a one day. But our next speaker is one of our finest batsmen. He can play a test match, he can play a T20, he can play a T10, he can play the 50 over. And we know that when Kerry Simmons gets up here, he's going to give you the best innings he has each and every time. And we know that many of you in St. Thomas have been waiting for Kerry to come and grace you for a long time. And he's here tonight. So let's welcome him to the platform. Let's welcome Kerry Simmons, one of our best in the Barbados Labour Party.
Like styling right next to Kerry Simmons is where you will find me. And the posse doing Dixie. His plans, they got me tipsy. Now's the time to get through. So this is what we do. This is what we do.
Rolling with Kerry Simmons.
This is what we do.
Voting for Kerry Simmons.
This is what we do.
Rolling with Kerry Simmons.
If we want to get through, this is what we do. Don't bother to ask me why you're smiling and always feel like styling. Right next to Kerry Simmons is where you will find me. And the bossy doing Dixie, his plans they got me.
Good night, Welchman Hall. A pleasant good evening to you, Madam Cynthia Ford. God bless you and keep you. I want to begin by thanking you for your wonderful service to constituency, parish, country, and the Barbados Labour Party. Y'all would not know this, but in 2003, when I began this journey with the Labour Party, Cynthia literally held my hand and walked me through my constituency, the part of my constituency which I inherited from her. And I am here now, nearly 4 years after. And my constituency, just so you know, St. James Central, we inherited Redmond Village from Cynthia Ford. We inherited Arch Hall from Cynthia Ford. And I must tell you, the most wonderful people, Gregory Nicholls, I want to congratulate you, Gregory, because I believe that this is your first speech in your constituency from the national platform of the Barbados Labour Party. And I believe from what I heard that you all will agree that you had Tom Adams, you had David Simmons, you had Cynthia Ford, and with Gregory Nicholls, you are still batting strong. And I want to ask you at the very outset to give Gregory your fullest support, please. Now, I come here tonight with a slightly different message because you all would have realized from the media today that in my father's house there are many mansions. And if it were not so, I would have told you. And it is necessary, I believe, to say that which I need to say without causing division, any further division in my father's house. But I want Labour Party for us all to see today as a lesson, because there are many Barbadians who have a view that this election should be an opportunity to feel sorry for the Democratic Labour Party. and to cast what would effectively be a Kadir vote. Kadir, man. You gotta get him a little chance, get him at least a voice, man. Man, Kadir, man. I mean, have pity, man. When I had 2 turns with 30 Love, man, have pity, man. But you gotta get him a little something. Huh? And that question that was just asked, why, is really the question. Now, for me, I do not see politics and political representation through any lens of sentiment and sentimentality. I feel if you're representing a country and a people, it is about your welfare. It's about your interests. It's about your future and your children's future. And if it is that you ain't looking to do no heavy lifting and do no hard work, then why should you get a vote? This pity politics, I can't relate to. I don't understand it. And I want to say to you that there are a lot of Barbadians who perhaps are not seeing it, where we that wearing red and believing it with passion, the way we see it. And that is why it becomes exceptionally important, whether it's in St. Thomas, whether it's in St. James Central, whether it is anywhere else in Barbados, for people to put this thing behind them, man. Don't worry, man. Gregory got it, man. Gregory got it. I ain't gonna go and vote. Election morning, man, I got a choice. I could deal with something here in the house, or I could go early and vote for Gregory. Let me deal with the house, because he covered. Here the shout, you don't get there, and then you have a problem. That is really where the psychology of many Barbadians is now. And we're going to move people one by one by one by one. I beg all of you here, call you got friends, family, neighbors, connections. Let the message go forward. We have only ourselves to blame if we do not make the most of this election. Because there is a level of complacency and a Kadir politics. Now, one of the reasons why I can't relate to the Kadir politics is because I sat in opposition alongside Mayor Motley and Owen Arthur and Cynthia Ford. And I know what we went through. And I know it well. I give you the examples in St. Thomas. They wanted to put Cahill. Remember Cahill? A plasma gasification plant that was going to be a massive incinerator, polluting the air, particles that could cause destruction and death to any cancer or any one of us. They had a contract signed and agreed to for over $250 million of investment, and not once did they pause to do the environmental impact assessment. They put personal wealth above the public health. That is why you had a 30 Love once. That is why you had a 30 Love twice. That is why you cannot relax and be complacent, because when you get into this Kadir politics, you put back some of the same people who are part of that crowd and others who don't apologize. Not one of them opened their mouth to say it was wrong. Not one of them have opened their mouth to say it was wrong. In fact, one did. And they got rid of him from inside the party. That was Ronnie Yearwood. One did. The roads here. Why I had to take all sorts of diversion to get here tonight? I said, Thomas, I don't go tell you, because you know, and you know that Cynthia Ford has spoken to the matter repeatedly, that this parish has struggled and suffered. And yes, we have to fix it in the Labour Party. But we should not be in a position where they got about 20 or 30 roads to fix in St. Thomas, 20 or 35 in St. John. God knows that in St. James Central, it is a headache as well. God knows that in St. James North, it has been a headache as well. In St. Peter, it has been a headache as well. In St. Lucie, the same thing. In St. Andrew, the same thing. And why? Because the Democratic Labour Party practice a politics of spite that we in the North had the seats for the Barbados Labour Party. And Cynthia Ford would bear witness to the fact that they told us across the house, afloat the well at the house, that you ain't getting nothing. We're doing nothing. In my constituency, you know that I had to put together to get a community resource center. This is a fact. Because the Dems refused to put one there. I know that I have said that. I want to talk a little bit about why you should not take on them in up career politics. Because none of them are doing any work. This thing about going on a platform and cursing me and Motley and Kerry Simmons or whoever has come to your mind does not constitute political work. There's a fellow running against me. I'm going to call his name tonight. A fellow named Gibson. Do you know that I went and I talked to all the business houses in St. James begging, I want to get a community resource center. We managed to get a container. We take the container, we cut it up, put in doors and windows. We beg bulk, get air conditioning units to air condition it. We beg bulk, get furniture to put inside of it. Electrify the thing. You know that the man that running ain't offered to put in a 5-cent piece. With the container for me, but it got $3,000 out of my pocket in it. But I don't do it for me. I do it for the community that I have to serve. And Gregory, St. Thomas is a massive parish, and I believe it is correct to say that you all only got one community resource center. But bound St. James Central, so that Welches and Melrose are just a stone's throw away, really, from where it is in Hoyts Village. And I want to offer, Gregory, the opportunity for your people to come and use it, as I have done so with Sandra, because Sandra's husband didn't have one neither. And Sandra got 10,000 people in her constituency. And I got 8,500 in mine. That's where we are. This country needs the resources. And yet you have people in the Democratic Labour Party who would see these initiatives taking place. An MP, well, I ain't a millionaire, but I walk, beg about to make sure there's something there for young people. And tonight, or this evening, they was in there doing hair braiding. Friday, they can be in there doing homework and lessons and things, preparing for 11 plus, and on and on and on. The government of Barbados ain't put 5 cents in that. That is the work of the MP. Ask yourselves which one of them from in the Democratic Labour Party or any of the others that are doing that type of thing for political representation in this country. Now, I guess it is fair for me to say, because I want to be balanced, that I don't expect that Gibson will put any money into that, because he had his own challenges putting money into his rent before he had to be evicted by marshals. So, oh Lord. If you're struggling to look after your own arrangements, and the lady there is right, why would you want to be in public life? Why would you want to invite somebody to come and trust you with the public finances if you're struggling with your own? That is a question. That is the question of the ages. But maybe he can explain that. But the point that I'm making to you is this, that you heard Gregory just now. The rush to tell you that they want an election. Ralph Thorne stood across the well of the parliament from me. Call an election now. Call an election. The people are ready for us. Ralph Thorne has been asking you now since the start of the election to push it back, call it off, postpone it, everything, every reason. Then he turned around now. He had a manifesto to announce or present last night. The manifesto, cancel the manifesto meeting. It's supposed to be Sunday, I believe. An election is Wednesday morning. When would you have a chance, or anybody watching on television, when will y'all have a chance to go and procure and scrutinize the manifesto of the Democratic Labour Party? It is to be hidden from the public by a man who misled the public to tell the public, I'm ready for an election, call it. I heard Gregory just now speak to the fact that all the schools scrap paper, tear up and thing and to start over. And why? Because there are policies in the Barbados Labour Party offering that are serious and transformational and that are real. Redmond Village is in my constituency. And Cynthia, you are not any longer representing people in one of the housing units owned by government. I told all, Haynesville, housing units owned by government. On Friday night, we will have a meeting in the Deacons, big, owned by government. And you know what we're telling the people? You know what we're telling the people? That if you have been paying rent for 12 consecutive months, we will empower you. They don't want you now to go and beg about and take a face a bank in order to try to qualify for a mortgage certificate. Because we know that many people in the housing units across Barbados are struggling when it got to put together. I explained this in Holders Hill the other night, and it is real. A lady may want to have her live in the unit, and she won't own it. But hear the shout. What is she doing? She is a cashier, and when she go to face the bank telling her, darling, you ain't got enough coming in when the month come to do it by yourself. So they come back and say, man, Kerry Simmons, advise me. Help me here with this. What can I do in order to qualify? And I'd say to many people, don't go by yourself. Go with somebody else. You got a partner? I'm sure about he. But why you ain't sure about he? Man, you know, no offense, but some of the men really, I don't know if I could trust he. I said, but you got it for if you can't trust he. But not that I can't trust him, that's all way, but man, look, he like too much woman. I don't know if I can put up with that. In other words, she does not want to have that partner as the co-signator on any document dealing with her property because she can't be so sure about what the future has for the two of them. What you will call a whatless man. Yes. And that is part of the reality of the society we live in. And then you say, well, all right, what about your mother? Mommy too old. Can't qualify. What about your sister or your brother? My sister and me don't really agree. And you have all of those challenges that you got to work through. And this is a painful, challenging experience for ordinary small people in Barbados. So me and Motley sit down and say, look, what are the creative things we can do? And you know we settled? And then the manifesto, take all of these people so out of the firing line that you ain't gonna face no banker. And say, look, prove that you can maintain a certain payment when the month come. 12 months, you got a unit from government, 12 months, pay every month on time, and the unit is yours, no mortgage required. You love that? I can't hear you. You love that? You're sure you love that? And that is the transformation in the government in the Eastern Caribbean that doing that. Because that certificate of ownership empowers you now to go and face the same bank and do whatever else you want to do with your life. Because you got no collateral. And for too long, generations of poor black people have been stumped, stultified, humbugged, because this was not, and they could not access that vital, what we call it, ownership of a piece of the rock. It is vital. It is transformative. That way Ralph Thorne tear up the little foolishness he had. I'm going to start from scratch. And look sharp, he might not be ready by the weekend either. But he expect cursing to one another every day. And that's another reason why y'all cannot risk not going to vote. Let me be real with you now. Because you know what the period 2008 until 2018 was like. I know people like to rattle off, oh, well, the buses. When we came into office, we found 40 buses for the whole of Barbados. 4 not. Tonight, you got 120 somebody. And most of them are electric. Transformed the whole bus service. When we came to government, we found 12 garbage trucks to service the whole of Barbados. I can tell you without any contradiction, the country was nasty as hell to the point where the American government had a travel advisory against Barbados. I was the first tourism minister of this administration. The British government had a tourism advisory against Barbados. The Canadian government had a tourism advisory. The German government, you understand where we was? We were down in the bottom of the hole. Now you can't stop them from coming. Every plane full. Every plane. And more planes than ever before. And the ships too. But it was worse than that. That's just to remind you of the surface. Because these people want to remember they had a man named Eswick. There was no standards in government. Y'all remember that there was a man who pulled a gun on Dale Marshall in Parliament? I hear all this talk about crime. And I am the most hostile person against the criminal activity in Barbados. But let us understand the examples that were being set by some of them that are on a Democratic Labour Party platform tonight, Ralph Thorne. Tonight. Because David Eswick pulled a gun on the Attorney General of Barbados. In the Parliament of Barbados. And it's as though people have forgotten that. It is as though we have forgotten that. There was no discipline. I want y'all to remember that in 2014 and 2015, we were holding meetings in this country crying down the fact that Franda Stewart refused to intervene when the same David Eswick wrote a letter. He ain't hide and tell nobody. He wrote a letter instructing all of his staff not to attend any meetings called by Chris Sinclair in his capacity as Minister of Finance. In other words, the Minister of Finance wanted to have scrutiny and oversight over what was going on in the Barbados Water Authority, what was going on in the Ministry of Agriculture, which Eswick had responsibility for. And he told them, do not go any blasted where. He put it in writing. That was what was happening in this country. And I hear people now say, well, get him a vote and feel pity. Pity about what? Because some of these are the same individuals. He ain't washing the blood in the lamb. At the Bridgetown port, there were 2 contracts, each worth over $200 million for one berth, one pier. 2 different contracts signed and executed carrying the signature of the Minister of Tourism. 2 different contracts for one project. 2 different contractors to do one job. And each one was $200 million of government commitment. That is the only word you could use. And you ask yourself, what manner of madness is this? That you're supposed to feel pity for these people. And I don't understand how we get there. In the same Bridgetown port, there was a thing called a molasses tank. And that went Eswick. The same Eswick, you know that they were going to replace 2 tanks and build and repair 2 tanks and replace 1, build it over. And an arrangement went to tender the bid. I said, want to do this here, I put in my bid. Somebody put in their bid. I can do it, I put in. $3 million is what it was supposed to cost. Bid awarded. Work to be done at $3 million. No. After Eswick, you know you had to pay $20 million for that? That is a historically accurate record that we had $3 million to pay out for those molasses tanks. And then we hear the shout All of a sudden it become 20 million. And there's a reservoir in St. Michael, because I think the people of Barbados, some boy told me that just now, the people of Barbados have forgotten where we came from and what we went through, and we have perhaps made this transition look too easy. Grandview Reservoir was falling down. You know about it? Falling down. And it was supposed to be fixed for $6 million. And the contractor, without any authority from the Minister of Finance, the CIS rep presiding there again, because I want you to understand, he's still a candidate, you know. He's still a candidate and parading himself all about this place now as a guru. The same and the teeth pit bull. Oh, Lord. The same man presided over a set of circumstances there where that $6 million work on that reservoir, the contractor decide that he can't get it done, or if he didn't decide he simply couldn't get it done. All of a sudden, the Ministry of Finance didn't know how it happened. The Auditor General didn't know how it happened. But if you go and look at the Auditor General's reports, I want to tell everybody who home in TV land that relaxing in the living room and pontificating about how we got to get them a chance because we got to be easy on them. Get them a little ease. Remember what happened with your money. Because these things don't happen no more in Barbados. That same contract all of a sudden moved to a different contractor. All of a sudden. And what was $6 million became $27 million. You understand? I have a problem with those things. That's why I tell you, I see this thing not through any sentimental lens. I see this thing through a very straight, logical, reasoned process. Can you trust those people with the public purse and the public interest? I can't hear you. And if the answer is no, then on the 11th of February, where do you go? You go to the polls and as much numbers, grab a lot of your friends, grab a lot of your family, and make sure you do the right thing for this country. Huh? This is not about feeling sorry for that little 3-inch man, Ralph Thorne. 3 inches tall, behave yourself, 3 inches tall. I didn't say 3 inches small, I said 3 inches tall. But back to the manifesto. You know, we decided that it was vitally important that this be a period now where we could back our hand, because we came in, we had to balance and stabilize this economy again, because as I just indicated to you, everything was down. And don't doubt me, I am deadly serious. I sat on a stage on the day that I was sworn in. Remember the first swearing in 2018, we did it in Bay Street. My cell phone went off. I had not even gone and signed the book yet, but obviously I had been named tourism minister. And I received a call. I didn't know the boy that calling me. Minister Simmons, is this your cell phone? Yeah, I said, yes. Well, I am so-and-so, so-and-so. And I just need to let you know that as soon as it's possible, reach me at whatever number they had. Because we have a crisis. The government of Barbados owes money to LIAC and telling me about millions for this, 2 million for that, the next million for the third. And I ain't even see a file yet. That's where we were. So I know that people may want now to say that in 2026, we put all of that behind. But my friends, this little rock cannot withstand the gambling that comes with the Democratic Labour Party. And don't doubt that the gambling with your life. Don't doubt the gambling with your future. Because you heard the central bank governor had to step in. I've never seen this in Barbados before in my life. In the middle of a general election, a central bank governor. Normally they don't get into the political arena. But when you hear a man say, well, I am going to cut the VAT. Now he didn't know how much he cutting it by. He hasn't been able to calculate and tell you what the revenue loss to the government would be. He doesn't know if when he cut it, you're going to be able to pay the school teachers, or if you're going to be able to pay the firemen, or if you're going to be able to do whatever has to be done. I hear Gregory talking about making sure you got nature trails through the gullies. I'm going to pay for. But no, he feel it sweet, so he can cut the VAT because that sound good. But Ralph Thorne, there's a thing called elementary arithmetic. And if anybody can find a book near Economics for Dummies, give it to him for Christmas. Oh, Lord. There's such a text. You just write on to Ralph with love. Economics for Dummies. Just write it on to Ralph with love. Happy Easter. Give that there. Because I don't understand it. And they made it clear. But you don't do that. Because, first of all, and this is the very basic point, when you done cut the VAT, so, do you know that in England, and that's why I tell you he don't read, I perhaps should take back the idea that he gave you a textbook, because if you wanted to hide $200 for Ralph Thorne, push it between the pages of an economics book, you would never find it. No, you ain't gonna look in it. England, Canada, Germany, these people have proven by no scientific research, not every merchant, but the vast majority of merchants, when the VAT has been cut, you know what happened? The price don't move. Because the merchants them's got a little bit room there now. The price went up and it stick. The VAT gone and the price ain't coming back down. Who gained the benefit? You? It's only a gift to the merchants. And this Barbados Labour Party is not going to do that. And that is why the Prime Minister has now come to say to you that she intends to do things with the tax structure to make sure you get more money in your pocket. And I want you to go back to the manifesto and look and see the things that she's talking about and aiming at doing. If you get reverse tax credit at $1,300 this year, then vote for the Labour Party. It becomes $1,700 in November. You get money in your pocket. There are houses all through here. And if I'm looking at them, roughly most of them will have a value that may not be as high, or if they're higher than $400,000, it can be much higher. But do you know that for every house in Barbados that is going to be less than $400,000, you will pay no land tax in this country? None. So not only are we making it possible for you to own property, but you ain't gonna pay no taxes on it either. And that for the first $50,000 of income, you ain't paying the taxes on that either. Effectively, when you get to $4,000 a month, then you will still go pay taxes, but you get it back at the end of the year. What they call oh Lord, I can't remember. But they pay it back to you. So at the end of the day, effectively $50,000 and under when the year comes, or for those who earn more, for your first $50,000, you are paying no taxes. So land tax gone $400,000 and under. Land tax ease for the first $400,000 if your house and land worth more than that. Taxes, $50,000 and under, you ain't gonna pay me a monthly a yang. If it's a little over that or over that by much, then the first 50 ease. Every Barbadian is getting an ease for the cost of living under this government without tinkering with the VAT structure, which looks after 40% of the revenue of the government of Barbados. Ralph Thorne, you don't go and pull down the pedestal that the whole blasted country is standing on. And that's what he is doing. And we ain't done there. We have said to you that your young people must have a chance in this country to start and to run and to operate their own businesses. Now, we know that all of us who represent people have come across a large number of people in Barbados who want to be able to say, I want a job in government. People tell me that every day. Mr. Simmons, I want a job in school meals. Mr. Simmons, They got anything at Psyche? I would like to be at Psyche. Mr. Simmons, I want to be a prison officer. Mr. Simmons, and you know it, all of you have heard it, many of you may have said it. You want that security of a job in government. But hear the show. Your lesson of life has been that you get the job in government, but that don't necessarily mean you get appointed. So you temporary. You get the little foot in the door, but you're acting or temporary year 1, acting temporary year 2, acting temporary year 3. Some people have gone acting and temporary to think that they're Hollywood, they act temporary so long. That happened to you. 7 years. And we still look, in 2022, we took 6,000 people, 6,000 in 2022 that were acting, and we put them in a position where they're permanent appointees. Mayor Motley administration did that for you. Would you reward her by not going out and voting back in her government? Do you reward that by taking pity on the people, the same party that since 2008 to 2018 when they were in government did not do any single appointments of permanent officers, public officers? Not one. I'm not satisfied. That was 2022. We come back in December, that no gone. Last year, 2025. And last week, 5,290 letters started to go out because we put another 5,290 into permanent employment in Barbados. That's 11,000 public officers under the life of this administration. But obviously, everybody cannot be a public officer. And so therefore, you got to deal in a balanced economy with a private sector. And the private sector must be therefore looked after. And we want it not to be that you all only have an option of going and knocking on somebody's door and saying, I want a job. You're going to do an interview. The body look at you. He say, man, he peep at you. And I'm very real about Barbados, you know. I want y'all to understand, I am not ever going to lie about what I see as the social and economic realities of this country. They can curse me past my burial ground. I will call it as I see it, because as I see it is what is real, and you know it is real. And you know there are people that when they look at the address of your son and look at the address of your daughter, they make a determination that he or she ain't working in their place. That happens because that place carries with it, in their mind, some sort of a social stigma. So the poor child ain't doing nothing to nobody. The poor child went to school and get the O-levels that it's supposed to get. The poor child went to school and get the A-levels or whatever they call it now that they're supposed to get. And they show up and they say, I want to be interviewed. And as they get to the interview stage, the address that marked Redmond Village tells the body that interviewing them, poor, they look at them, black, working class, not necessarily what I'm looking for. And it is unfair. So what do we do? Because we're dealing now with the vestiges, the historical vestiges of a Barbadian that was a Barbados that has been stratified at different levels of this society. And we know it has been stratified. Sometimes it has been stratified because of race. Sometimes it has been stratified because of class. And not everybody in the upper class or middle class has that mindset, but there are many still. And we know that these have been impediments. So how does a government now, a new republic 4 years old, how does this new republic overcome the ancient challenges of old Barbados in order to create a new economic order in this country? First of all, do you deserve a new economic order? I think you do. What then can your government do? Your government must intervene and create opportunities for you and your own to earn a living independently of the traditional employment structure. And that means self-employment. And I am not going to be ever mealy-mouthed about this. We get and we point at the coconut vendor and we say he's doing a humble job. We point at the young men who cleaning alongside the road, and they say they're doing a humble job. Yes, at first blush, it does look like a humble job. But if I can put a whacker in a young man's hand and give him tools other than the whacker, and he goes out there, and then he go in my constituency in Lancaster, where Kerry Simmons has just presided over 160 new homes having been built in Lancaster in this term of government, and every one of them has a garden. He can get work at each of those houses when he show up and politely say, mistress, I would like, because most of them are owned by females. Mistress, I would like to be able to do little gardening work here and to negotiate a price. And all of a sudden, he ain't just cutting grass alongside the road. All of a sudden, he working from Monday to Sunday if he cares to doing that which he has been doing now alongside the road, but earning more. And then if he is enterprising and creative, he can get 2 or 3 people to come with him. Because they think only Lancaster that can service, they can go into Arch Hall, new development, where Kerry Simmons had put in 42 houses. Or they can go into Bullins, where there's another 36 houses in St. James Central, so that those there too can get work. And it goes on and on and on. And as I say that, I should obviously point out to you that I believe now that my constituency has a record in the most houses that have been delivered. But that is, they say I don't do nothing, but I don't know, you know. I say that with humility. The point is, it gives our young men job opportunities and business ownership opportunities. And when they pool into little groups of 2 or 3, then they form themselves into a cooperative enterprise and they can go forward that way. But my friends, there is a need for them to get money because you got to finance any business. So what do? I spoke to you all on the night we launched the manifesto. Now, we had a little bit of time then, so we had to go fast. But I want you to understand what happened in Barbados if you vote for Gregory Nicholls. I want you to understand what happened in Barbados if you re-elect Kerry Simmons. I want you to understand what happened in Barbados if you re-elect the Barbados Labour Party. There's an enterprise called the Trust Fund Limited. Me and Motley created the Trust Fund Limited in 2018 when we came to government. There was nothing like it in the Caribbean before. It is an institution of government where you go in and say you have an idea. You're not required to put down 5-cent piece. You go and share your idea. This is what I would like to do, but I would like financing. They're going to work with you and explain to you what the challenges you may face are, what the issues you might encounter to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. But they're going to give you a first loan of a maximum of $5,000. Once you get that first loan, you now have a responsibility to pay back that. We can work with you. We can teach you all the things you need to do about marketing your product. Teach you the things you need to do about the accounting, how to keep your books, because you got to learn to keep your books. You can teach you now if there are any legal issues that you got to overcome, because you need to know these legal issues. We are educating you and making you financially literate even as we are lending you the money. The Democratic Labour Party has never embraced and engaged ordinary Barbadians in this way. And then what happened? Once you pay back, you get a maximum loan again of $10,000. But we say that is not enough because we have looked at what has happened across Barbados. Tonight, my friends, there are 5,000, over 5,000, I can't remember the figure, 5,200 somebody that are people who benefited from these loans. 28 million Barbados dollars went to them. You understand that? The government, without asking for collateral, the government, by trusting people like you, by trusting your children, by giving you an opportunity that you never had before, has put $28 million in your hand, and you just started businesses. Some of these people are making wines and exporting the wines overseas. Some of these people have their own spa business and doing contract work with the hotels. I met a man in Africa who is expanding his business, started here but he is now doing contract work in Africa because the people want him as a spa, whatever specialist, physiotherapy, and not physiotherapy, whatever this do, massage therapy. So he got people here working the business for him, and he gone to Africa to do his thing. You understand how we taking an ordinary human being in Barbados, bred and born, rural Barbados too, and put him in a position now where he can do great things. But we say that when we look at all of this, we gotta do better. Because there should be good reward for our young people. You can't just curse the young people that bad and doing whatlessness. You gotta lift up and hold as an example the young people who are doing great things. And so we are going to make sure that instead of a 10,000, that you know that you, instead of a 10,000, you will now be in a position where you can benefit from $20,000 on top of the first 5,000 that we gave you. You understand? And then when it is finished, when you have gotten to the point your business has grown, because we helping you grow, we ain't just throwing the money at you. We holding your hand, helping you grow, giving you the guidance, giving you the education, helping you avoid the challenges. You get to a point where now we come to another institution that we've created called Fund Access. And in Fund Access, your loan ceiling is $250,000 Barbados dollars. So we can come into Welchman Hall, find a young man or a young woman with a dream, nothing else but a dream, and transfer them from being a dreamer sitting down in mommy house to being an entrepreneur who is able to deliver for mommy, daddy, family, and employ other people in the district too. That is the big idea. And we go further. We have said that we realize that many of you have businesses, small business people, they got contractors, and they got, oh Lord, you get fishermen, and you've got so many people, motor mechanics. The motor mechanic tools got value. The contractor equipment got value. But you know, if the motor mechanic ain't on the piece of land he working upon, he could got the world of tools. He can't gonna get no money. Can't do nothing to improve his business because he does not have anything called land. And the same thing, the fisherman might got 2 boats, 3 boats. I was in Paynes Bay today talking with a fisherman who lost a $400,000 vessel in Beryl. $400,000 vessel. But the bank can take he on if he didn't have land, because the bank ain't interested in the $400,000 vessel. And we say that that can't work because we must find creative ways of making sure that you all we are encouraging you now to own your own business. And don't scoff at it. There are many people who have come to this island driving about in a Suzuki van. Driving about in a Suzuki van. Selling at your door. And making hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is a small business. And if they can do it, even though they don't look just like you, why can't you do it too? Why can't you do it? And the reason why this has been the plague of Barbadian society is because Barbadian society has not been led by governments that commit to lifting ordinary people up and giving them an opportunity such as the one I'm talking to you about now. So what we say to you is this: if you got the little small business, but you ain't got the land, but you need the money, and every business needs some money, then we can have what we call a collateral registry. It's a nice sounding term. Collateral is what the bank asking you for. Collateral is the house that we want to give you. The unit that you own will become your collateral. But we're saying to the business person who ain't living in the unit that you got the tools, you got the furniture, the farmer got the pigs and the sheep and the crops that got value. And what we will do is to use those things and pass legislation that ensures that those things must not be recognized, the value of them, against any loan that you're going to get, credit union, bank, or anywhere else. And when I was the Minister of Commerce, I had this conversation with the Bankers Association. And one fella, feeling that he's more cute than anybody else, well, Minister, that sounds lofty. That sounds all nice and so on, but you know, what are we supposed to do when the farmer don't pay back the money and all he got is pigs? What are we to do with the pigs? And I had to restrain myself from speaking to him in a manner that would be impolite. And I said, but Star, respectfully, I am not asking you to take the pigs and put them behind the counter in the bag. What we will do is to create a legal structure that is called a secondary market, so that the man that cannot pay, if you want to take up the pigs, then we will sell the pigs. The legal structure is all that is required, that those pigs now are taken over by the creditor, which is the bank, and then sold on the open market to anybody who want to buy some pigs and go into farming or in farming and want to improve the amount of pigs that they got. It is not hard. It is not difficult. And that is what is happening all through Latin America in a way to give ordinary Latin American people a chance to get money that they can't get when they're going at some of the big brand name banks. That is what is happening in the African continent in order to give ordinary working class Africans money in the pocket when they start a business and can't get financing from the big brand name banks. But if it can happen there, and it can happen in Africa, why is it that in Barbados, why is it in fact that in the Caribbean, we are not doing this for you? Because we thought we got integrated economy. And in the integration of the economy, it has always been Barbados that leading. But do you understand now that if we can set this up, how we can change the reality not only of ordinary people in Barbados, but by extension, ordinary people looking to do business between the Caribbean islands and Barbados? Barbadians who looking to do their business in the Caribbean, and there are many of you I know who do your business in St. Lucia and in Dominica, etc. That's what we're trying to do. And my friends, I go further. Because I know I PM late tonight, and I give him a chance to back my hand and explain this manifesto to you good. And this is where you now see the difference and why you got to vote for the Barbados Labour Party. Because what Ralph Thorne and them are doing is to come out to cuss we, pull we down, in the process pull you down, because you put us where we are, but not at any time telling you what your tomorrow must look like and could look like. We believe that too many contractors in Barbados, too many small business people in Barbados, and I know I have talked to so many. They say, Minister, I would like to get a contract from the government to do whatever. I would like to get a contract with the government to do whatever. Whatever you want to provide, what services you want to provide. Because the government is the big institution, and logically, you want to be able to plug into that in order to get some good business. But you know the problem when you do business with government. You just don't get paid in a timely manner. You don't get paid quickly. 9 times out of 10, you're waiting a month, 2 months, 3 months in order to get what's due to you. And so therefore, we are going to introduce a process that is called factoring. That if you need the money, you let us say, for example, you have done work for the government. We just had Carrie Fester. Let us say you provide some services for Carrie Fester. And then you hear the shout, month number 1 pass, you had in a bill there for $50,000, but you can't get it, but you got staff that you got to pay. Month number 2 pass, that bill for $50,000 ain't get on it yet, but you still got to find the money to pay your staff. Month number 3 pass, and they say, man, we can get to you now, but your staff, you still struggling to pay. So you got money waiting, you got staff to pay, you got inputs to your business that you must go and buy, but you can't get on because the same government that you went to and asked for assistance is holding you back because the cash flow is not what it should be. That has been the experience of Barbadian business people from the time there was an independent Barbados, if not before. Well, we got to fix that too. And we are saying to you that we can let somebody, you know, in this country now, there's things like Fortress and Signia and them there that deal with almost like lending money really, but they have their own structures. And we're saying to you, look, we don't make it possible legally for if you want your money fast, because you under pressure, and if you're under pressure, you want your money fast, that you can then assign the debt that government got to them. They will pay you. So if it is $50,000 that government owe you, they will pay you the money and you assign the debt to them for government to pay them when government get wrong to it. No, I'm going to be frank with you. When you get the money fast, you might go take a little haircut because you're getting it faster than you ordinarily would, so the 50 might come down to 48 or 47. But it is better for you to have that money in your hand to buy the goods, darling, not true, to buy the goods that you want to get, to pay the staff that you must pay, to keep your business going, than to be without anything for 3, 4, or 5 months. All right, then? So these are the things that we are doing in order to intervene in this economy, in order to make business for our people better, and in order to make opportunities for economic development of ordinary Barbadians better, and to do things for ordinary Barbadians in the business community in a way that has never been done. Because the commitment that I have for you, the vision that we have for you, is that we want to lift you up and make you as financially independent as is possible. And there's a difference, therefore, between that life that you lead now and the life that you can lead if you re-elect the Barbados Labour Party. Because the truth is that all of a sudden, you are now in a world, you will now be in a world where you employing people, not somebody employing you. You're in a world where you running your own affairs, not going 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock waiting on a paycheck. You writing somebody paycheck. And it is only therefore a question of the ambition now. And I believe the people of Barbados have the ambition. But as we talk about ambition, let us also reflect a little bit on the question of where we are taking our young people. We got some young people in Barbados who, through no fault of their own, are deprived of opportunities that others get. If you are born into certain homes in Barbados and in certain districts, you do not have the wealth to get on a plane every summer or Easter vacation and go overseas. There are some Barbadian children who are fortunate in that regard. And they can get on an airplane with a mommy and daddy or whoever and they go on somewhere else and see the world. But what does that do for them? It gives them a different vision of what life could be like. They understand and see things that you don't see here. They learn things that you don't learn here. And what Mayor Motley is saying to you is that no child should be deprived of the opportunity to understand and learn a little bit about life and actually experience other cultures. Now, I'm going to be honest, my own experience, when I was, 14 years of age, I was learning French at school. And there was a thing back then, I believe it still exists now, called the Alliance Française, the French Alliance. And they gave you an opportunity to go to Martinique or Guadeloupe for a week. And you have a student exchange. They link you up with a partner, and you go, and the partner comes, you spend a week with the partner or 2, and then the partner comes to Barbados and spend 2 weeks with you. And it gave me an opportunity, not just to learn a little more French, but to understand the French culture and to see things that I never saw in Barbados and to make me curious about stuff that I would never have known existed. I went with a young lady who had the same, come out of St. George, had the same experience. It opened her mind to what languages could be as a career. Wanting now, coming back to Barbados, she decided she wants to be able to speak French fluently. She wants to take herself, this has now become her dream. And when at school, she didn't only do French, she decided she's doing Spanish too. And that set her on a career. She then went and studied overseas. Went into the Foreign Service of Barbados as a junior. That woman is now the Director General of Foreign Affairs in Barbados. One of the big ups in the Caribbean, but began her journey through an opportunity to go and spend a week in Martinique. This is what we are talking about. That you can lift people up simply by opportunity and opening their minds. These are the ideas that we are putting in now. There's never been a government coming to talk to you about this before. And you never had a government which is saying to you, we will create a fund in which we will make sure that your children are the beneficiaries of that fund. And if the child comes from a family that cannot afford to travel, cannot afford to let that child go and see the rest of the world, then the government will put you in a position for that child to have those opportunities. We also saying to you in turn, and this ain't got nothing to do with politics now, this got to do with how we want Barbados to grow in the future. That this country must be a country where when your baby born, your baby and you leave the hospital. And when you leave the hospital, not only do you have your birth certificate for the child, but that you're leaving the hospital with a wallet in which there's $5,000 for this child. In other words, the government of Barbados, for every child born in the new republic, carrying it back to the day of the republic and going forward, every blessed child going forward will start with a gift from the government of Barbados of $5,000. Now that never happened for me, it didn't happen for you. But do you understand what it means? It means that grand, when that child now turn next birthday, you put in a little $100 there. When granddad say, man, look, you do good, let me see your report. Well, this is good work, and I can reward you. I can put in a little $50 there. When mommy say, look, I got a little extra here in my hand, I can push in something. And every year, that growing, and it growing, and it growing. And by the time that child gets to age 20, by the time that child gets to age 21, that child might be sitting down on $100,000. Can you cast your mind back to when you were 21, beginning in adult life? What it would have meant to you to got $100,000 sitting down waiting for you? What it can open up as opportunities for you to carry you back to the same point I made, that many of you want to start your own small business, but you don't have the wherewithal to do it. The same point that I made, that many of you want to make investments in life, but you don't have the wherewithal to do it. It might be that you want to buy a piece of land. It might be something else, but you don't have it because that has been the burden the ordinary working class people of Barbados have been saddled with since we were independent. And along has come a Barbados Labour Party, which is transforming that before your eyes. Can it be right, just, or sensible that you reward yourself by letting your friends tell you foolishness, but don't go and vote? Go and vote and make it possible. Let those people who believe that Ralph Thorne, the Democrat Labour Party, got something to offer them, stand home if that's what they want to do. But go and vote to emancipate yourself from the historical legacy that has held you back. That is what you must do. Now, my friends, it was not for me to speak so long. But I believe that there was a speaker who was supposed to come here who might have been delayed elsewhere. And I just got a signal saying that it was approximately the time when that speaker should be here. Is that correct? Will you tell me? Oh, I got 2 more minutes. Well, I want to start a new theme. I don't want to start a new theme in 2 minutes. But I want to tell you this. We're doing something that's very special for your children too. Because, I hope you all are looking at the manifesto, because some of you know, like you didn't read this thing. You know me, I only want to put young people in the Senate. If you're below a certain age, yes. Nobody, the Prime Minister never had that confidence in the young people of the country. I went, Oinafa put me in when I was 31. She would have won a seat when she was 27 or 28. We started young, and we have learned and understood, and there were others who went in young too, and we learned and understand we got to give the young people a chance in order to advance new ideas and new leadership in the country. That's what we got to do. And on the boards, you know, the statutory boards, they got the board at CBC, and they got the board at the airport, and the board all about the place got the statutory boards. Let the young people be on the boards too. Infuse them with new ideas and new talent. Before, you used to say, oh man, them too young. But that doesn't carry us anywhere. We got to do that. And I heard some ignoramus on a Democratic Labour Party platform condemning that. And I said, these people are not ready. Do you know that the youngest Prime Minister of England was 21 years old? A man ran England at age 21 because they are prepared to, or were prepared to unleash talent. How then can it be right that we call back our young people? And so, ladies and gentlemen, I just got the signal now that it is time for me to part company with you. I have really enjoyed this little public lecture. I don't want you to leave. It is only 20 past. And I want to thank you again for being a wonderful audience. I want to thank you, Cynthia, once again from the bottom of my heart. You have been a friend. You have been a pillar of support. You have been the most faithful to the Labour Party. And I know you have been the most faithful to this constituency and to this parish. And God bless you, Cynthia. God bless you. And ladies and gentlemen, on the 11th of February, vote, vote, vote for Gregory Nicholls. Vote after vote, time after time. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you the leader of Barbados. I want to bring to you a lady who is widely regarded, widely respected, not only here, but in every country of the Caribbean. I have had the privilege of working with her, walking with her when she is in the islands of the Caribbean. People pull me one side and say, Foreign Minister, I wish your Prime Minister was our Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, when she goes to the United States, they want more of her. When she goes to the United Kingdom, they want more of her. Let us have the opportunity to have her lead this country again. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mia.
Come be here, it's family, me as a friend. You see my act, she gon' get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Pick up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and saying, take charge, Mia, you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job and she got my trust. That is enough. Why, me you for me. Why, me you for we. Why, running the country firm and steady. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Pick up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and saying, take charge, Mia, you in charge.
Good night, good night, good night. Wow, the hour is late and I may have to give you a T20. But I want Cynthia Ford and Gregory Nicholls to come on stage because this is a special, special moment. And so many times in this campaign, I've said that I feel like a bridge. Come forward, Cynthia. Remember Cynthia on the right, me up on the left. Anybody who knows the by-election of 2001 will remember that as we canvass in Exchange Hill and Bibby's Lane. And now me are behind the middle, me is the bridge. So that I want you to understand the picture of how a party that is disciplined, organized, and focused does its business. For 25 years almost, this lady to my right gave of her best, coming from a foundation of having served as one of the rank and file of this party. And I say to all of you who are out here, who carry the weight of this party, Cynthia Ford represents what is possible when people apply themselves, work with people, and remain focused. I had the distinct honor of managing her campaign. I had the bigger honor of having Cynthia Ford work with me in the Ministry of Education for 7 years. 7 years and 2 days. And when you work with somebody for 7 years, close, you get to know them. You get to know the good, the bad, the ugly, everything. She get to know me. But what is more is that at every stage, I knew that she was solid, solid, solid as a rock. And anybody who knows Cynthia knows that once she committed herself to something, that she was there for it. And Gregory, you would be a foolish man not to build on top what she has built and not to see her example as one that can guide you. She has excelled in representational politics in this country over the course of the last 25 years. And I want you to give Cynthia Ford 3 chairs in her hometown. Because when I first came here, the first time I ever spoke in St. Thomas was up in the Vault Road, just above there, 35 years ago, and 1 month. It was cold, 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 cold. And I didn't know how I was going to finish the speech because I was freezing, but I did. When I then got the opportunity to learn this parish, when I managed her campaign, I felt that I had the opportunity to see true representation in action. So on the count of 3, hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
And I will have the honor on Friday morning of ensuring that as Cynthia takes her leave from us, that we will open the district hospital here in St. Thomas, the outpatients clinic, and that she will have the honor of doing that for me, with me, before Wednesday, when you, hopefully, will have the honor of ensuring that the transition which this Barbados Labour Party contemplates can now be made national by the people of St. Thomas, by bringing this young man, a son of the parish, a man that has already shown you what he is capable of and has been the voice of so many, not just in St. Thomas, but across this country. A man that has shown you that even when he lost elsewhere, like I lost first time, that you pick yourself back up and you apply yourself to the task of getting to know people and working with people. And Gregory, this parish will have great expectations from you because this parish has only had people who have represented it to the max of their ability. And whether it was Tom Adams, or whether it was David Simmons, or whether it was Cynthia Ford, and I could try and talk before Tom, but that would be hearsay. So I start with him. You have now, my man, to recognize that you have enough work to continue and big shoes to fill. But I have known you most of your adult life, and I have known your mother and your father. And if they are anything to judge by, and that which you have done is anything to judge by, then I have every confidence that St. Thomas will punch hard, hard, hard in Barbados. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that was important for me to do because you will sense that St. Thomas is not only the center of Barbados, but it is part of my heart. And I have come here tonight, late the hour is, still to be able to engage with you. And to be very clear, that next Wednesday night, at this hour, we should be hearing what the outcome is by the people of Barbados. And I want to hear in St. Thomas. I want to hear in St. Thomas. I will not hear unless you go out and vote, so don't tell me about Will yet. All who tell me when I'm safe, when I'm going to get this, I have never seen a ballot box open with any votes in it. And I want you to know that as much red as you have out here, the red don't mean nothing unless the votes are in the ballot box. And the only person who will matter is not me, is not Gregory, it will be that returning officer who will step before the microphone. And when the rest of us are either there or we turn on our phone or the radio or the TV, you want to hear that the duly elected member for the parish of St. Thomas, the constituency of St. Thomas, is Gregory Nicholls. And friends, you can do it. Because you know, as much as I do, that this government has not just spoken, but we took a country that was broke, that was licked up, and we have nurtured it. And we have brought it back to the point where you have not been ignored and you have remained at the center of all that we are doing. The notion that we could see people who did not get a wage increase from December 2004 to 2020 in the minimum wage, and to spread those entitled to be able to receive it, means that we were taking care of the people least capable of taking care of themselves and carrying their wages from $6.25 an hour to what it is tonight in Barbados, $10.71 an hour, almost an increase if they work 40 hours of $714. The ability, and we forget, and I want to speak not just to those of you who we will now help, those of you who will get another increase in welfare. We increased the welfare, the first government that did it, by 40% in 2020. And now this year, in fact, on the 1st of March, those numbers will increase by 30%. But I want to speak also to the middle class, because in 2019, people forget that we reduced the interest rate, we reduced the tax rate in this country from 16.5% to 12.5% for the first $50,000 of taxable income. The first $25,000 is tax-free for everybody, but the next $50,000 drop from 16.5% to 12.5%. And I don't want to be talking to you in a vacuum, because when I tell you that we will look at it again in the next budget in March, should you re-elect us as your government, I want you to understand what it means. That first $50,000 went from 16.5% to 12.5%. That was a savings of $2,000 in taxes for people earning $75,000 in this country. And then we turned around, and the amounts taxed above that, if you were earning $125,000, you were paying 33.5%. So that $8,250 plus $16,750, you were paying $25,000 in tax. and we took the same people earning $125,000 and reduced their tax by another $4,500 in this country. Wanna hear me? Wanna really understand what I tell you? So that if we did that in 2019 for you, I have said in this manifesto what we can do for everybody below 50,000. And I told you I was not going to promise idly, and that there was some additional work that we have to do between now and the budget in March in order to tell the people earning over $50,000 in this country what savings you too will get, having received significant savings already in 2019. But it wasn't only that. We took land tax in this country. People were paying land tax for houses $150,000 and more. Tonight it is $300,000, and come April by law, which we passed 3 years ago because we had confidence in how we manage this economy, that land tax now will only be paid by people who own properties worth $400,000 or more. So many of you around here who own your own property will not be paying a cent in land tax. And for those of you who have property worth more than the $400,000, believe you me, you also get the first $400,000 tax-free. So if your property is worth $500,000, you pay 0.1% on the 100,000 difference. Want to understand what this government do? That's $100. And when they ask me, as others try to suggest that, oh, this is fancy talk by a government, it wasn't fancy talk when we put the minimum wage in. It was done. It was action. It wasn't fancy talk when we dealt with the land taxes I just told you. And the one in April does not require the government to do anything. If, God forbid, the other people win, it will still be the law because we passed the law before coming to the election. Huh? And then tonight, as I said, the welfare people will get a 30% increase come March 1st. But let us go to the pensioners and the middle class pensioners too. Your tax-free allowance now moves from $50,000 to $75,000. So you will not pay taxes on the first $75,000 of your pension. And then for everybody else, on top of the pension you're getting, on top of the welfare benefits you're getting, on top of the special needs grants for those people who are disabled, children or adults, we are now going to give you a cost of living cash credit of $1,200 a year. Or you can take it $100 per month. You could take it $600 every 6 months. Or if you got car insurance to pay, you can hold it and pay your car insurance. Because whether you get in a contributory pension or a non-contributory pension, this country is just finding another way to be able to shield you from the cost of living increases because of the world in which we live. Now I ask you, therefore, the choice cannot be clearer. You have a man who cannot keep lights on at a meeting because he can't find the tokens to pay, or he either so cheap that he don't want left tokens for the boys to play tomorrow night when he done his meeting. You have a man that expects to run a country but cannot run a meeting with lights. You have a man that was supposed to launch a manifesto last night in Gall Hill. And now we are hearing that the manifesto will only be launched Saturday night in Gall Hill. Giving you less than 4 days. You understand that people vote in Barbados today. Policemen vote. Foreign service officers vote. And not one of them could pick up a Democratic Labour Party manifesto. Not one of them could pick up Ralph Thorne manifesto. And what adds insult to injury is that When CBC invited the parties to send representatives last weekend to talk to you on Channel 8, Channel 8 that we get because of the antenna in Sturgis. Not a man from the Democratic Labour Party did Ralph send. But yesterday, all about TTT TV in Trinidad, talking to the Trinidadians as if the Trinidadians can vote for him. Well, let him go to Trinidad and let them vote for him. If he feel yellow is the code, go to Port of Spain and Caroni and let the people take care of you. But for the people who live in St. Thomas and for the people who live in Barbados, our date with destiny is next Wednesday. And what matters is what we are doing for you and how we are making you stronger and more secure. I have told you this government is not perfect. All of us as human beings are not. But this government has done good work and has done good by the people of this nation. And the world in which we live now, I say to you that we need a strong mandate. And we need a strong mandate because can you go out and deal with all the problems in the world, from President Trump with the tariffs right back down, unless you have backative, unless the people believe that the people of this country are with you? This is not a time for us to be wavering. This is not a time for us to be doubting. And we have always learned that if it ain't broke, if it ain't broken, don't what? Don't try to fix it. And I've come to St. Thomas tonight to tell you that even in the ushering of a new guard, even in a man taking fresh guard at the wicket, what you have is a man who has served with distinction in this parliamentary party in the Senate. So you don't have to doubt what he can give or what he's going to say because you know him and you helped raise him. And I say to you tonight that Gregory Nicholls served in different responsibilities in this government and has been able to articulate on behalf of those who do not have a voice. And he has done so consistently. He could have chosen to go and make money as a lawyer and forget about serving people. But he said, no. The community from which I came expects me to give back. And he is here giving back to you. And I have every confidence that so long as you hold him close and hold him tight and keep him on the straight and narrow, he will continue to give service that we expect and have come to associate with the Barbados Labour Party in this parish. And I want to say that this government isn't only about telling you about your pockets. Cynthia Ford did great work helping us with the regime for protecting senior citizens in this country. And Kirk Humphrey a little upset because he expected on the Tuesday after I called the election to lay the Elder Citizens Bill before Parliament that he and Cynthia Ford worked on to get it before this country's Parliament so that you can protect the rights of senior citizens in Barbados. No government has ever put a regime in place like that. And why is this important? 1 in every 2 Bajans on current trajectory by 2050 in 24 years is expected to be over 65. Now, we anticipate that we have to make some changes there because you need younger people to build a society. But what will not change is that with improving health care, we will have larger numbers of elderly people in this country than we would have had to deal with before. And if we don't start planning for it, then we are going to have a lot of people crying and a lot of misery in Barbados. I just came from St. Philip. And in St. Philip, what is being built now, separate from the geriatric hospital that you see going up on the ABC highway, and that is only phase 1. St. Philip has already started with the first senior citizens village that we have committed to parish by parish by parish, and also a village to be able to allow persons who are disabled as adults to live. I have said the greatest fear of any parent is knowing that their disabled child will not be able to take care of themselves when the parent has gone long to a higher place. And therefore, this country must give those parents the assurance and comfort that we know how to help take care of your children when they become adults. But the reason I'm referring to this is because the second one, for which the plans have already finished, is here in Edge Hill, St. Thomas. And I fully anticipate that within the next 9 to 12 months, that community at Edge Hill will start to be built. And the third one is at Odell's Glen in St. George. Now, our government only does this if it is serious about decentralizing services and bringing things to the community, to people. And you know, one of the things that amazes me about this election, and many others, is that you have a Democratic Labour Party that is running not a single campaign, because Ryan Walter's running his own campaign. Ralph can't even make his platform. Look at it on social media, I ain't telling you, like. It's a fact. David Eswick, well, you know, he always runs his own campaign as Pitbull. And that's half the problem Frondell had. Corey Greenwich, he feel he's a pretty boy and he running his own too. But Chantal gonna take care of him and he gonna understand it ain't only about prettiness and social media. And furthermore, he suffers from the indignity that his leader left those constituents after 7 years. Anything that was done in Christchurch South was done in spite of Ralph Thorne. And even when we built and did the repainting, refurbishment of the Oystons Bay Garden, the only thing the man could say, instead of saying thank you on behalf of my people, he could say, well, you paint it red. Well, I'm sorry for he, because next week is Red Week. You can see red every day, every day, every day. And when he take it done, he can see red and love too on Valentine's Day on the Saturday. Every day. Every day. But I understand, Gregory, even his client that he walked away and left get convicted today in Turks and Caicos. You know, Sparrow got a song that is an old calypso. Only the older people in here would know it. It's called He Ain't No Kind of Man at All. You understand? But I can leave Ralph to you. Because if I do or say any more, they may say that I only doing it because he stabbed me in my back. But I mind he stabbed in my back because that has been Ralph from day one. So I knew what I was dealing with. But what I do mind is that if you're going to represent people, you have a duty to come and say, excuse me, please, I am leaving. This is why I am leaving. I do not and cannot be here anymore. And the mere fact that he has disrespected the people of Christchurch South, tell me what you feel he will do to the people of Barbados if Ralph Thorne is not successful in any manner or form next week in this country. You are not going to hear from him. And that is his nature. When he was there as a backbencher, our Cindy would not open his mouth. And now he can only open it to be able to make allegations, to act, and to tell people what? I gonna starve you? I gonna starve you? Who does that? Who does that even in jest? And who gets on a platform as he did in the by-election and say, yeah, it's true. The Prime Minister come to me and asked me to cooperate on education. And I tell you, who, me? Why eating my food? Who does that? These little children here. I ask him, I done secondary school in 1983. Where you spiting me? Who you spiting? All in the name of your inability to lead properly? My friends, the choice is clear. And as I just told the people of St. Philip, in these next 6 days, I will move around the country, but with a simple message: the ball is in your court. And what this country looks like, feels like, and is capable of achieving on Thursday, the 12th of February onwards, will be determined by the people of this nation. I have told you the world is not what it was before, and you have seen it. We live in a different world. On the 3rd of January, we woke up to almost being on the brink of war. And the one country that suffered the most outside of Venezuela was Barbados, because we have the most tourism planes coming and cruise closest to Venezuela. We are in charge of our destiny. And I leave it to you. I leave it to the people of St. Thomas, as I leave it to the other 29 constituencies. And the ability to stay humble and to know that you will direct our path is the most important thing for you to understand. And for those who say, we're going to win already, I've told you that is nonsense. And for those who say, enough red shirts about the place, it means nothing. The only thing that will matter is that X, and make sure it does not touch the line. So in St. Thomas, I ask you to give me Gregory Nicholls as your Member of Parliament. And I ask you to play your part to allow this Barbados Labour Party government to continue to act in your interests, to protect you, and to make sure that even as the gale force winds hit us, that we can buffer them against you. Because we don't know what tomorrow holds, but we know that if we stick together and if we have sound policy, that even in the roughest of times in the IMF program, even in the IMF program with ashfall and with hurricanes and with COVID, we have improved the quality of life of the average Bajan in this country, and we have left you with more options and more money in your pocket. We have given your children back the right to be able to dream and to be whoever they want at university and in all kinds of training programs. We are the one country in the region, we offer 15,000 courses on Coursera for you to go and study and train anything you want, any time of day. On every front, we have been there. And when the difficult conversations must come about public safety and about protecting and improving our housing and flooding, and for you here in St. Thomas, the roads are being done. Regrettably, we can't do all at once, because if you try to do all of them at once, then nobody would be able to get to town. So that you have to sequence how you do the roads so that people can still get to town when the day comes. And that is part and parcel of the difficulty. I have told you as well, for those of you who have to come down across the highway, that traffic needs to be dealt with, and we have committed to building the flyovers starting this year, because we need to make sure that we can remove the blockages wherever possible for traffic to fly over the roundabout, and the ones coming from St. Thomas and St. Philip and St. George down into Bridgetown can continue to go through without having to stop for the ones coming across the highway. And we have so managed the affairs of this country that we can do these things. Finish the geriatric hospital. Go now to build a QEH expansion that is almost half the existing size, and connect it with a bridge over the road. So not a doctor, not a nurse, not an orderly got to come outside to be able to go to the new buildings that we are building. Look at it in the manifesto. And thank God we do our business that you have had a manifesto since Saturday. Not one that comes out 3-4 days before the end, taking you for granted. My friends, over to you. And I hope that as midnight comes next Wednesday night, as we usher in the 12th of February, that we can say with confidence that the people of Barbados have chosen to stay the course and to continue on to greater heights. Because as our anthem has taught us, greater will our nation grow once we come together and once we follow the kind of discipline and creative leadership of the Barbados Labour Party. Give me Gregory Nicholls in St. Thomas and let me be in a position to go to the President and say, Your Excellency, I am here to form a government on behalf of the people of Barbados with the consent of the people of this nation. Good night and God bless you.
White flags in the air, and sure Barbados you care. The Bajan strong and ready to go and put in another gear. I'm telling you, white flags in the air, and sure Barbados you care. Going with BLP and me and Motley all the way. I'm telling you, I voted for BLP, we voted for BLP. I voted for BLP, we voted for BLP. And Bajan strong, BLP, standing as one. BLP, you can't go wrong with BLP. We voting for BLP. Right now we Bajan strong with the Barbados Labour Party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anytime, anywhere, that's still standing together and we heading for victory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Together enjoy, same heart, same spirit. One people, this is way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lifting up the nation for every broke Bajan. So everybody come and join with me, cause we moving hand in hand. We standing Bajan strong. Barbados Labour Party, they will bring you through this.
St. Thomas, Welchman Hall, I want to say thank you for coming out tonight. I want to thank the Prime Minister, the Honorable Mayor Moore Motley, for coming and showing love to St. Thomas tonight. And it gives me great privilege to close on this note by thanking the Prime Minister once again on behalf of all young people for bringing back the free tuition at the University of the West Indies, so that all young people in St. Thomas and across Barbados can get their university degrees free of cost. Thank you, PM. Thank you, Barbados Labour Party. Vote Gregory Nicholls. Vote the Barbados Labour Party on February 11th. See you next Wednesday when we hear Nicholls, Nicholls, Nicholls. Thank you.
We gonna big at the boss lady. Make some noise for European. What? Put the flags in the air, flags in the air.
I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence and saying. Take charge, me you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking it. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action, I get it again. We're my red, I ain't worried with them. I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence and saying. Take charge, me you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. Put in the work, you do the job, and she got my trust. That is enough. Why? Mean you for me. Why? Mean you for we. Why? Running the country firm and steady. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence and saying. Take charge, me you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action and get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me you in charge. Pick up me leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence and saying. Take charge, me you in charge. I like how me and and more leaders represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength, experience, excellence, and saying, take charge, me, you in charge. Take charge, me, you in charge.